Race 1 of the 2017 VLN from the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Graham Goodwin, I'm John Hindorf, and this is Johnny Palmer.
So the new season begins with 4 cars abreast across the line very nearly. It looked like the 911 car didn't get away too well, nor the Falcon Motorsports machine, but further back, yes, they got away well now. Manthey hang on to 3rd position. We're not running the Haug hook this weekend, so it's a sharp right-hand hairpin around the full Mercedes arena, and the Dayglow yellow Porsche then has stayed out in front, with Romain Dumas setting the time. Fred Makovici and Patrick Pilet make it a stellar driver combination. Falcon Motorsport under pressure as the person of Bentleys, the team Atcar number 37, almost went for 2nd place there. It's going to slot into 3rd position. So a fantastic start for the Christian Mamaroff, Nico Verdonk and Jordan Pepper car from 5th up to 3rd place, chaps.
Yeah, that is the bright yellow, the second of the bright yellow machines, with the darker rear end slotting into 3rd position as they head down the hill on the Grand Prix circuit, and people desperately looking for places here and a bit of racing room before they head out onto the Nordschleife for the first time. Pretty decent start, and everyone being fairly sensible, but the leader getting away, and it's a decent jump away indeed for that Falcon car, as the pole sitter has rather been pole sitter, has got away. It's the Falcon car in 2nd position as they turn hard left onto the Nordschleife for the first time in the spring sunshine in the Eifel Mountains, and the Hudson back awaits as they dive down into that left-handed downhill hairpin. The number 8 Aribor Mercedes in traffic with the red and white Porsche right ahead of it. Very sensible start there. The clock has started. Already 2 minutes have passed before they get onto the Nordschleife. That's what I said about recalibrating yourself through the first of the chicanes on the Nordschleife, the end of the Hatzenbach down Huaychen and up to the Flugplatz Schwedenkreuz. Now the 2nd grid about to come through, and this is going to be, Graham, a good couple of minutes and more behind what we've seen here. So I'm not sure that those leading cars are going to get much more than one clear lap before they're onto the back of the 186 car field.
I think it's usually around lap 2, isn't it, when we get into Nürburgring 24 hours competition before we start to see the first of the traffic appearing. That's always presuming we're not going to be in trouble on the first lap. But here they come down. These are the Cup Class Porsches, the Caymans, the quicker middle ranking GT cars, and they're about to go green right now, Johnny Palmer.
Certainly are. So the cars again are going to span out to at least 4 abreast. It looks to be a great start though from the pole car within this batch. Everybody else just fighting for asphalt as they run down towards turn number 1. It's got to be so careful, bearing in mind this is a 4-hour race, but you're also jostling for position for the first time through the Mercedes arena. Little Clio's in there together with the Porsche Cup cars and the Caymans as well. And there's almost there. In fact, there is contact there for 2nd place, and the car in 2nd going for a spin and almost going right across the track and across the bows. Everybody doing so well to avoid the sideways car. It was the 609 possibly that went sideways. Anyway, it's now rejoined and thankfully didn't get its rear end wiped off, but it was running the risk there of rolling back across the bows of everybody else. Remember, we're on the shortened version of the Grand Prix Strecker this weekend, so it's the sharp hairpin shortly after the Mercedes
It's quick,
arena.
that hairpin, Johnny. It is really quick.
Yeah.
We call it a hairpin. You've got to think of it as a long right-hander. Once you've got slowed down, you turn the car in and get straight on the gas. Graham, who was that was
That
spinning?
was the 609. That was the Wolfgang Destre piloted H4 Porsche. And that's a car off of the gravel. That's one of the OPC Astras,
It's one of the Astras, it is. Now, was there a touch? There was not a touch. It was very close quarters racing for the H4 Porsche, but it has gone around. This is the very bright lime green and yellow, very striking coloured machine, qualified right up at the sharp end of that 2nd group. 3rd group coming through now with the BMW M235 Cup cars. Is this the 3rd or the 4th
This is
group?
the 3rd group.
The Manta is in there as well, and many of you will be cheering on the Manta with the Foxtail Volta Stride Check amongst the driving talent there, the man who used to be the head of the Opel Performance Centre, OPC, who is also racing with his son and daughter in an OPC Cup car. And we've already got a pit caller as well from one of the early groups, shortcut into the pit lane, which is allowed. You are, remember, allowed to come through the back of the pits without going out onto the Nordschleife. Of course, that means that the first part of the lap has to be repeated.
I think that was that Opel Astra, John.
Out of the gravel?
Yes.
Yes, I think you're right, Graham. It was a bright red car. So, very good start for the Cup cars as they head into that very tricky downhill. Originally, if you're on the outside, the normal racing line, your braking is off camber and you've got to turn in across that camber. It is a horrible place to have a first corner. Bumping, barging, paint being swapped there by the 235s as they're heading out for their first racing lap. Getting the cobwebs knocked off literally as well as metaphorically there. These BMW 235s built with the intention of racing exactly where they are right now. This was a special limited run of 235s that was engineered by BMW Motorsport, BMW M, and they have been, since their release, Graham, an absolute mainstay of the Cup class, and we've seen them not just here but all over the world.
We've seen them in 24 Hours Racing, we've seen them at the Silverstone 24 Hours, all over the place. Not without the troubles initially, the M235Is. We've got another problem, this time it's the 494.
That's a Megane, isn't it?
And that's a Renault, yes. But not without their problems in the first races, but BMW responding rapidly to some problems there. It's the 494 Megane RS that's stationary on driver's left on the Grand Prix Strecker.
That is exactly the same as the type of car that I did my licence refresher in at Silverstone a couple of years ago. Got a little touch, I think.
That's the Astra from earlier.
That was the Astra from earlier, and that is at the top of the hill on the Grand Prix loop, just after the Schumacher S's.
That was the 345 car, we can now confidently say, with a slightly better shot of that.
I think there was contact for the Porsche that spun in the second
the
group.
H4 car, really?
Green and yellow car, yeah.
609 that was, wasn't it?
That 345 car, by the way, is one of 3 cars on the list with Vincent Rademacher on the
That's the red Astra that was first into the pits.
Absolutely, and that's one of the 2 Astras, as we've got the leaders coming back round now to
on the
first lap.
2
2 Astra OPC Cups to have Vincent Rademacher and a pair of Korean drivers aboard, with Rademacher's 3rd car being one of the Hyundais, the factory-backed Hyundai. I do wonder whether or not that is going to lead to an all-Korean driver squad for the Nürburgring 24 Hours, gentlemen.
Well, take a hint on what is going on, as there is a bit of passing going on the circuit. The Bentley pulling out of the draft there and going to drivers left as they head up towards Tiergarten, down the hill. Then you use the upward part of the hill just to help you slow down your brake. Insanely late there for flinging the car. Use a little bit of the curb on the entry, but not in the middle. That's very off-putting for the car. Through goes the Falcon machine then. And it was the 911 that went through first, though. The bright yellow Porsche. Roman Dumacar, Martin Raginger in 2nd place. Then the Bentley Continental, the Abt car, in 3rd position, the 37. Then the first of the Audi, the Frank Stippler Audi. Then the 49. Then the 50 car. And then the Chris Mees, Conor de Filippi 28 Land Motorsport car. And they all went through within a few seconds of each other. Don't worry about big gaps here as well. The battles internecine at the moment between Audis in 6th and 7th position. But don't worry about big gaps beginning to open up, because this is the Nordschleife, Johnny, and we keep telling people, but I think it's worth reminding people, as the number 28 Land car sitting right in behind the 8. He's gone by the Mercedes, hasn't he? So he's in the 7th position for that car. We keep reminding people you have to think differently when you've got the Nordschleife and the Nürburgring. Even in a 4-hour race, this is not like any other 4-hour race. Gaps will go out, gaps will come down.
Yeah, and I think they'll really compress on this part of the circuit, being the Grand Prix bit where the corners come thick and fast. and then once you're through the left-hander, which is reasonably sharp, the corners still coming thick and fast because there's 150 odd of them on the Nordschleife, but you do get those opportunities to really let the car work itself as well, particularly down the Dosiger Höhe. But this fantastic sinuous sequence of corners that comes in the early bit of Nordschleife. Again, you've got to know the place very well and where the car can wash out a touch and where you've got to use plenty of curb, John.
This end of the Hatzenbach, it's lovely. You can use the curbs. They're very, very flat in places. Coming to the right-hander before you head down and across the first of several bridges. Those, the inside curbs you can use, the outside you can't. Now heading up towards Flugplatz. The land car now, is there a slight dab of the brakes before they go over the top? No, there isn't. They go absolutely flat out. Then the awesome double apex right-hander that comes and goes in a moment. Now, all climbing at this part of the circuit, and that's the key about, another key about this track, Graham, is that it was built into the surrounding areas in order to replicate the character and atmosphere of the public roads, to get racing off the public roads and try and make it safer and not have to go through people's back gardens.
Oh, the heady irony. But
Yes.
what I love about this track, everything, but what I particularly love about this track is that it comes at you in phases, doesn't it? There's that flowing part of the first part of the lap, just describe yourself and Johnny, where they're building speed. Then there's a wide open spaces where you build speed even more. Then you've got a section of it which is really just dogfight country. The corners are coming at you thick and fast, and that's where, if you've got the bravery, if you've got the speed, if you've got the traction, you can really make hay.
Get yourself on the internet and put yourself a little map in front of you and start looking at the speeds that are listed on some of these maps, because you're talking about getting up to 270 kilometres an hour and more down the Dottinger Höhe. But there are places in the twisties, in the forest, where you're getting up to 260, 270 kilometres an hour flat out in sixth gear. It's an awesome place to watch and to compete. And if you ever get a chance to drive there, the answer should always be yes.
Agreed entirely. It's just a great part of the region to come to, whether or not you're there to watch or you're there to participate in a race or on the tourist far. And what we've got at the moment, John, is more than 180 crews taking the best option possible and getting into a proper race here.
Shea Adam, who is in Florida at the moment, good morning, Shea, pointing out that there has not been a live motorsport weekend that we've been involved with this year here at Radio Show Limited, and certainly that I have been involved with, that hasn't had Chris Meese in it this year. He has done every single live race.
He's now going to be known as Hindhoff Stalker, Chris Meese.
I think it's the other way around. Opening salvos of a race that still has almost 3 hours and 50 minutes to go.
If you're watching, by the way, with live timing, I know an awful lot of the people who follow this racing do so. Don't be confused by the other Meese in the race. That is Alexander. That is Chris Meese's younger brother, who was a VLN champion last year.
So the second group of cars now coming through. The car that spun early on, the 609 Porsche, making its way back through some slower traffic as it turns hard left onto the Nordschleife and the Hatzenbach.
As you would expect it to do, because that's a cup car, of course, versus some of the lesser powered Caymans, although still very quick machines in their own right. But yes, the driver of the 609 has made short work of the cars that it fell behind after that spin at the Mercedes Arena on the opening lap. Should now be into some clear air, so a real chance to gather some of those places up again. The 20 car, which is in 18th place, is the Schubert Motorsport BMW M6. Jürgen Müller, Kuno Wittmer and Bruno Spengler. And you saw, John,
an intervention vehicle on the circuit, one of the small Opel SUVs, a Mocha or something like that. They're at the bottom of the hill, climbing up towards the carousel there, and it went by in a blur, dropping into the concrete section of the carousel, which goes on forever and ever and ever and ever. The man, Mercedes, I think, is ahead of the BMW, the number 20 car, as they head up towards the highest part of the circuit, which is called Hohe Acht.
Just lost a position there, popping out of the guttering, if you like, the carousel.
That was the Mercedes-Benz, yes?
Yes, going left, so. And up the inside. I think it's one of the WRT Audis going by that car.
That was, yes, I think you are right. As the GT3 machines continue this awesome run. Coming now down to Brunchen, just going through the iceberg and turning left. Can't let the car drift too far to the right there. Now down into Brunchen. Get the car turned in. Stay off the curb on the left-hand side. Run over the bricks on the left. And now climbing again through the wooded area. Yellow flags waving there. And it's another intervention video. It looked like it could have been a VW Golf or a Seat, but certainly looked like a small hatchback. Coming down towards Flansgarden now, and the Schwalbensfansche, the second of the carousel areas. And when you know this part of the circuit, it's absolutely flat out, and you ride all the curbs. And it looks to me, gentlemen, as if that Manfilter's Mercedes-Benz is struggling just a little bit. The Schubert car, the number 20, is right on it, and they are picking off. We were right. It was one lap, Graham. They are picking off cars at the back of the field that don't necessarily have problems. They are just going at the pace they go.
Absolutely right, and it's exactly what I was saying earlier, John, that they're going to see some of these, particularly GT3 cars, that are stronger than other makes in certain parts of the circuit, then drop back. We've got 3 all black, or near all black Audis. I was going to say nose to tail, but then the car pulls out to take that. It's a train of 4 cars.
That's
running,
4th down to 8.
It is indeed, looking for a way by. But we're going to see strengths and weaknesses. There they go. It's nose to tail, the 3 of them, as they come to cross the line at the end of their second lap with further traffic to deal with.
That is an extraordinary sight as they cross the finishing line and already gone through the Porsche 911 leading SP9, and that had a decent lead as it went through, as the 3 Audi start, Johnny, just to have a little bit of a scrap now. That's 4th on down. That's 5, 49, 50 and 28.
Yeah, and don't get confused that they're on the same team because they're painted the same. They're definitely not. And that was the 28 going for a dive at the inside of the number 50. And as a result, both ran out wide. And actually the car behind managed to almost overtake the 2 of them.
No, it was the 28 that was the car behind. It was 49 and 50 that went together, went off the circuit. 28 went up the inside, and almost took both of them, but actually is now the meat in the Audi R8 sandwich. But it's very easy to get these 3 confused.
They seem to be running just in carbon, as if they haven't decided what their colour schemes are going to be for the rest of the year. Or, in case, we don't like the car, we could always give it back and pretend we haven't used it. No, that's not going to happen, is it?
It was 50 overtaking 49 and 28 right in the middle as well, and it ended up the 49 losing a place, I think, despite it initially making the move, and the 50 came out on top.
Bodywork on the circuit, and that is going to be, I'm afraid, another bit of marshal work. And thank you again to all of the volunteers around the circuit, and there are many here.
That's a piece of bodywork destined for the wall of a bar somewhere close, without a shadow of a doubt. And the usual thing will be, absolutely, we'll get one of the drivers to sign that.
Yeah, just reminded me that I forgot to pick up a Porsche bumper yesterday. I need to go back and do that.
You've not bumped it.
The leaders running through traffic on the Hatzenbach, and now it is so easy to lose time here because you are just a car's width off the circuit, off the ideal line, Graham.
And now we're into that next phase of the race. We've seen that, what you beautifully described during the N24 some years ago, John, as like a police chase. Now we'll still see that, but there'll be just that edge taken away a little with the additional challenge of these cars, the cars in traffic. Just look, if you can see the stream, how quickly those cars are being caught and passed. That's one of the Toyota GT86s that goes by in a blur.
It certainly was, and this is the point where your ideal line is cut off, not deliberately by some of the slower cars, but the first of these 3 Audis really wanted to dive at the inside there of the little orange hatchback, couldn't quite manage it, and that was another one of the Astras, I think, so had to just bide its time. The problem is, of course, if you lose out on an opportunity to glide at the inside of some of these slower cars, the next GT3 in line sees that whole situation just a few seconds, a split second afterwards, and might be able to capitalise. So you could find yourself being overlapped by a fellow GT3 contender through no fault of your own. You've gone for a gap that has been swiftly closed. This is so tough now through the sweepers, because there is one racing line and it's being taken up by cars that are perfectly within their rights to be there.
Yeah, it's just out of the now forced area, and now they are, I mean, you've got to pick a line and stick to it if you're being passed. That's the only thing. Uphill left-hander, and on the far side of the circuit, all the way down through the gearbox now as they go through Callan Hard and then drop down. Wonderful part of the circuit.
Straight question. Are there any parts of this circuit that genuinely aren't wonderful?
The straights, I mean, you know, I'm as good as anybody on the straight.
I think I could stay with you on the straight.
I think you probably could.
Yellow flags now, and that's why the
Haribo car slowed off.
yeah.
This is the 8 Mercedes-Benz we're talking about, coming down to the bridge now at Adna. And what is the cause of the problem down there? Well, we have a course vehicle, because someone has gone straight on. Now, I didn't see the car there, Graham.
So either that car has been able to continue, or the car is already... There's still yellow flags, John. So we've got actually what looked like oil dry down on the right-hand side. Another course vehicle there on the right. It's dropping the oil dry.
One of the pickup trucks. Yeah, it is one of the pickup trucks.
Car in the barrier. It's one of the smaller hatchback cars in the barrier driver's right. White hatchback car.
One other thing you will notice here is how respectful the drivers are to the flag signals. Green flag there, everybody gets back underway. The penalties are punitive here, but so the dangers are so high that every driver knows that they absolutely must respect the flags. Effectively, the ideas of slow zones came from the Nürburgring races, although the drivers, once they see yellow flags, are very good about slowing down. It is to the detriment of this number 8 Mercedes-Benz, as he's heading up the hill through Klostertal towards the bottom of the carousel, but he's soon caught onto the back of the train again. Can't use the curb on the left-hand side there. Got to keep off the curbs at this part of the circuit, coming to the bottom of the hill where the carousel is up to the right-hand side. The track used to go straight on there, but the climb was deemed too high, and so the Caracciola carousel section put in, which has become one of the signature parts of the circuit, of course.
Certainly has. The original part of that track you talk about still in place and kind of used as a car park these days for spectators, but it is incredibly steep. I mean, it gets your calves warmed up nicely if you do decide to walk up there to get to Horak.
You're speaking from experience there.
I am, absolutely, but when you consider that you know, in the early days of the circuit, you used to race up it. It is a phenomenal climb, and you can perfectly understand.
Can you imagine how far into orbit the GT3 cars would get if we were still going? It is like a launch ramp, isn't it?
Yeah, you think Flugplatz gets all four wheels off the track, that would be an entirely different world.
Common misconception, of course, that Flugplatz is because that's where the cars get airborne.
Correct.
It's because there was an airfield at Flugplatz just off the driver's left there, and it was very common for the VIPs and the well-to-dos to fly in from other parts of Germany to watch the racing.
And very common for earlier airfields to actually have a hump in the middle, because of course it did give that exactly the same we see in the UK at Biggin Hill, for instance.
Yes.
Help the earlier plane to actually get a little bit more lift, but still dealing with traffic, as they will be for the next 3 hours and 35 minutes. Blue flag's being shown to on the Totas as through comes number 8, but you're right, John, this car is losing a little bit of ground in traffic. As others just get a better run. It is about where you catch the cars on the track and whether or not they've bunched up as well, as to whether you can get that run through. Much more traffic to come here.
There has been an early problem for the car that Tracy Crone is in. That car came into the pits with an issue. Just trying to get some details on that for you. That car, I think it was the 600s, wasn't it? In fact, that the BMW may well have been in the pits even before the race started. So 683 this is that we are talking about.
So 25 minutes into this 4-hour enduro, I have to say, normally at this point, I'm normally saying, where on earth has that 25 minutes gone? But it feels like it's been about 45 minutes. I think because these cars are always so busy and forever having to think about the next corners coming up and the traffic they need to deal with as well. It feels like it's been a slog from start to this point. We've still got over 3.5 hours to go, and these 3 all-black Audis have now been caught by the second of the
apt cars. It's the Bentley.
Bentley, I thought it was, and then briefly thought. No,
And one of the Audis does to the pits.
Now,
One of
that
the
might
Audis
not be a bad move, just to try and get it out of this traffic. And also Porsche further back deciding to do the same as well. This is a relatively early stop, but might be because they're caught in traffic and not going anywhere quickly.
That's the 12 Porsche that started third on the grid.
That's the red and white car coming in, and that's dropped some positions as well, Graham. Confirmation now that the number 683 BMW 235i, that's the Cronin Johnson car, in the pits. I think at the end of their first lap, it had been a hit at the rear left-hand side by another competitor. I wonder if that was their bumper that we saw out on the circuit. So this looks like a very routine pit stop. There's no worries down there at the number 50 car. Shared pits, of course, so you can't bring everybody in, even if you wanted to, Graham.
You absolutely can't. Number 50 car, the first then of the leading group to pit. It was indeed the number 12 Porsche that actually challenged for the lead at the start, Johnny, didn't it? But dropped right back, lost a
Frank Stippler driving the 50 car, by the way.
Yeah, more than a handful of places in those opening corners. And now what we've got is a second of the team out to BMW's Bentleys, looking to deal with what is now the second of the line of 2 all carbon liveried or unpainted Audis as they go back out onto the Nordschleife with the number 50 car still taking fuel.
Problems early on for cars further down the field. Renault Clio RS number 285. Problem in the Flansgarden area. Stop short down there. Seat Cooper 16 valve. The 623 car with what is just described as a technical defect. Don't forget live timing on www.vln.de.
The 20 Audi back out on those flowing early parts of the Nordschleife. This is where they can build that speed up. So looking to make good the escape from the number 49 car, and as an opportunity to do that with the 49 car under pressure from the Bentley behind. Hindhaugh stalker Chris Meese aboard this car. I gather time he spends time setting his car outside your house, John, as well. Don't want to worry you about that, but he's clearly a big fan.
28 then, looking like it's finally got some clear air in front of it, heading out from underneath the bridge and Adenauer Forest now. So already negotiated Flugplatz and down towards the Metzger, well, towards...
They're just finishing the Vauxhall now and coming up to Adenauer Forest.
Yes, out to Orenburg, that's right. And then heading towards Adenauer. And was that a slight off-track moment, Graham Goodwin? There's a car
That's a Porsche.
slow. Now, is that one of the Cup Porsches or one of the GT3 machines? Yellow flags covering it, double waved yellows to driver's right.
Steam or smoke coming from the rear of that blue and white Porsche on the Dottiger.
Which doesn't clearly bode well, and that may be the race leader or the 609. It's the 609.
That's the 609 coming back.
That is recovering after its first corner, more or less first corner spin.
Those of you in the States will be horrified, I'm sure, to see cars going past at nigh on racing speeds whilst a marshal with a fire extinguisher heads out to that stricken Porsche. It is being covered under yellow flags and people are slowing down. There will be no overtaking, and the point about that is, again, the respect that is shown for the marshals and the work that they have to do, because if you had to put the full circuit under full course yellow and safety cars for every time there was a problem, you'd never get any racing done.
One quick additional point, by the way, the car we saw going off on the left-hand side rejoining was actually the 4th placed Audi being overtaken by the 28. So it was an Audi in trouble, and it was a car that was in the leading group. So the lead Audi, as they come back round this time, all things being equal thereafter for this lap, should be the number 28 car in 4th position overall.
That car, by the way, that we were talking about, stranded on the track on the Dottiger, so you do get a little bit of warning being such a long straight. You should be able to see that from distance, as indeed you'll see the waved yellow flags as well. Didn't stop one or two cars heading by there, creeping out of nose to tail line though. No overtaking that I could see, but nevertheless, with cars slowing up ahead, and then the problem not being immediately obvious because it could be that you're blinded by the cars in front. I think it did take a while for those cars to realise that there was a vehicle being recovered, and, well, couldn't quite tell whether it was steam or engine smoke. If an engine's going to go, you maybe expect it to go on the Dottiger where your foot is flat. It's being now recovered, though, that car. Porsche stranded to the right, and there's, again, some cars splaying out in the background. They are going relatively slowly, though, and I think all the drivers have cottoned on that they're about to head into a caution area. Relatively short caution section though, just covering where the intervention vehicle has picked up this stranded Porsche, and the yellow flag area is now going to have to move with the tow truck effectively.
And that car will be recovered either to the pits, one would guess it might well do that, or if that car's out of the race, more likely to the car park you would normally join for the tourist fahren, which is just a little further down there.
I don't think you'd be calling in for a cup of coffee and a chat in the car park, though, as you would normally do as you pull off there.
It didn't look in good health, that Porsche.
No, it really didn't. It really did not, Graham. And what an awful start with less than half an hour to go, half an hour gone rather, that you find yourself stranded on the fastest part of the circuit, unable to make any forward progress.
And just to confirm, by the way, it was the number 5 car that ran wide in the early part of that lap, and I think has ceded the position to the 28 Audi, so it will be the 911, the 4, the 2 Porsches. I wouldn't say together, because whoever's in that 911 car at the moment is getting away from the number 4, then the 37 Bentley, then we believe the 28 Audi, and then what we've not seen yet is where the 5 Audi is slotted back in. Did that battling 49 Audi and the 38 Bentley get by that? I suspect they may well have done.
Glimpse of the very brightly coloured SP3 Renault Clio RS Cup car, the 272, in splendid isolation a moment or two ago. Oh, there's now, was that a car stranded at the side of the road, or was that an intervention vehicle, Graham? That was a very bright yellow car at Tiergarten as well.
I missed that, but there was a bit of a wide moment for one of the BMWs as they came round to complete the lap. Make no mistake, yes, the really quick lapper is coming from under the wheels of the GT3 spec cars, but these guys are trying very hard too, and we'll keep an eye on that class. As we say, there's some familiar names aboard those cars, and whilst the BMW 235 of Alex Lynn and Will Stevens is not one of these Cup 5 cars, they are there in the race, a car that looks very similar to these. John?
It was the 69 car on the Dottiger. This is one of the 911 GT3 Cup MRs that has stopped there. And that is the car that is getting recovered, we believe, at the moment.
That is the Klickfest.de car, Robin Chrzanowski and Kirsten Gudexnis, Lagenfeld and Hanover, respectively, and in comes some more pit callers.
I was going to say, meanwhile, it's the start of the race again, because we had all the GT3s bunched up behind a slower BMW because they were going through the yellow flag area, and then they put the pedal down, and it's easily 2 or 3 abreast. The Glickenhaus car in there as well, but as you say, Graham, 1 or 2 peeling off into the pit lane, including the 29 Audi. So driver change taking place there. Certainly they're doing front Michelins as well.
That's Pierre Caffer, I think, getting out of the car. That's Christopher Haase, therefore being belted into the Land Motorsport Audi.
So that Audi being decaffeinated.
Oh dear.
Sorry about that.
It's bad enough with him. Don't encourage him. That's the last one.
That's my first and indeed
And
last.
your last.
Yeah, for the season.
Thanks.
Peaked early there, Johnny.
Only another 8 races to try and get through then.
Yeah,
It's an
I've still
early
got-
yellow card.
I still bear the bruises from last season, but so Christopher Haase will be climbing aboard the 29 car. But nose to tail, train of what is that, 7 or 6 GT3 cars and the bright yellow Glickenhaus in the middle there, pulls out, looks for a way up the inside, there is none. It's a great mix there too with the Zaxby Nissan leading an AMG, BMW pair, then the Glickenhaus, then an AMG and another BMW at the back of that group. No, it's another AMG.
Quite a lot of those AMGs around this weekend, and indeed in GT3 racing full stop. We know they're up to at least chassis 90 and probably a lot more than that. There was another intervention vehicle, or at least a recovery car working its way around that they all had to negotiate. Meanwhile, the 28 Audi just slipping by one of so many Cup 5 BMW 235i Racing Cup cars. They're the Cup 1 cars if you follow our coverage of the 24hourseries.com, labelled as Cup 5 in this, and there must be a good 15 of those machines, all started at the front of their pack, a couple of minutes back, or 4 minutes back from the main GT3 machines.
Now, is that the Bentley ahead? Is that the 28 car? I think it may be. I think that may be the 28 Audi. It is indeed. That is the third place Bentley ahead. And the 28 Audi pushing hard to get into, well, early doors, a potential overall podium position. That Bentley right up with the second place Porsche just a little while ago has dropped back a little into the clutches of the first of the chasing Audi pack.
Oh, huge amount of curb taking heading into the Adenauer Forst area. The first part of it. Come up the hill, brake late, down one gear. Negotiate the first corner, down another gear, and then down a third gear before the long right-hander. Very, very difficult to keep the concentration levels up there. Now coming down to Callenhard, long right-hander. Does have a ball effect there. You hook the inside, short shift before you go through the left and right. Now, running downhill, and you've got to be in the right part of the road here. 1, 2, left, right-handers rather. The final right-hander goes straight into the left-hand hairpin, so you're breaking through that right-hander. Now still dropping downhill towards the bridge. Stay all the way to the left hand of the road before slipping to the right. Into the bridge from the right-hand side of the road. You can't run out too wide there because there's simply nowhere to go. You used to brake at the change of surface, but it's been resurfaced now and there's been an accident. It's 2 BMWs, one of them is an M6 and one of them a cup car. And that looks like one of the leading M6s as well in the carbon, and they have had a coming together. That looks like that might be running up through Klostertal, or certainly in that area coming out of Kesselchen. There are marshals on the side of the circuit and an intervention vehicle, another one of the little Opel SUVs, heads up to the area. The cars are interlocked on driver's right. Now, where is that on the circuit?
Some debris as well behind the two cars, so they've not come to rest quite. They've come to rest somewhat beyond the point of impact, which my guess, John, would have been through that turn. And marshals beginning to come up with the plan to recover both of these cars to a place of safety. Discussion behind the barrier with lots of waved arms suggesting what you could have done there.
Yes, indeed.
Now, is it the Schubert BMWs that are in the all carbon?
Yes, I think so.
obviously the Falcon Motorsports car in the traditional Falcon colours. Row Racing, are they in it?
They're liveried.
They're
liveried
liveries.
as well. So it's neither of the. It's not the 98 or the 99. And the Schnitzer cars. Still trying to work out, obviously, the liveries in the early part of the season with so many all-carbon, well, Audi R8s that are so tricky to tell apart when they're running together. But it is one of the BMW M6 GT3s and a lower order BMW that have clashed to drivers right in the barrier. That's another area that will be under yellow flags. At least a couple then as the of this 14-mile circuit that is under caution. The rest is raceable and on board with the 28 Audi R8, making quick work of this slower draw, but a little bit in two minds there as to which side of the Porsche Cayman to go. Didn't help that the Cayman was right in the middle of the track rather than choosing a side to stick to, and that certainly delayed the pilot of the number 28 car. Chris Mees, Connor Di Filippi and Marcus Winkelhock on the entry list for car number 28. 3 hours and 19 minutes to go then, and the recovery crew's very busy. There is, I reckon, the race leader, still the 911 machine, with Romain Dumas setting the time earlier this morning, and it's been a fantastic run for the Manthey Motorsports Dumas, Makovic and Patrick Pilet car.
And 16 seconds to the good last time around for the Manthey car, being rejoiced, by the way, by many race followers on Twitter for being back in those traditional colours. But I wonder whether or not there's just been a little bit of reeling back in on that last lap. Also looks, by the way, as if the second to Bentley's has moved up a place as well. Is ahead now the 49 car.
Just extraordinary how much the cars move around, even on what we think of being some of the smoother parts of the track. The Falcon Porsche just coming down towards the Tiergarten there, Johnny, and you know, nothing wrong with it, but all of a sudden it hops a foot or 18 inches one side or the other.
Yeah, you're not only having to wiggle the wheel left and right through Tiergarten, but also hold on for your life, if you like, gripping the wheel to make sure that your eyesight is not too badly affected as it lollops its way through that very quick section. Another one of the all-black Audis in the background, by the way, peeling off for a stop, Graham.
Well, I said I thought the lead car maybe lost a little bit of ground to this, the chasing car at the moment. It did, lost over 7 seconds last time around. So the gap from 16.5 seconds now back to under 10 seconds. Porsche from the Bentley, which got away from that Audi in the last batch of traffic Johnny Palmer was just describing a few moments ago. But Porsche, Bentley, the top three.
Wasn't it so important for that Bentley, though, to make the strides that it did for the first time through Mercedes Arena, because it just extrapolates, I suppose. Once that first lap is dealt with, you can get in a phase of the race where you can open up a 15-second gap purely because of the cautions. The Falcon Motorsports BMW M6 now fighting with the dark blue Mercedes.
I think he's just gone through there, Jeremy. Johnny.
Stop.
Sorry, still in American mode.
It's all right. So the Falcon BMW stays out. The Mercedes has come in. Which one was that?
I think that's one of the Black Falcon cars. Is
that
a Bilstein liveried car?
It didn't quite look like it was full
So-
Bilstein blue, and sometimes you
certainly
get
all
some
blue.
yellow on the Bilstein cars. Might
It
be.
was the 47, was it not?
It has to be said
Was it
that
the Baumann car?
that BMW M6 really suits the Falcon livery.
May well be the Team HTP entered car then. Dominic Baumann in a couple of, well, certainly his name against 2 cars for today's race, racing with Maxi Buch and Eduardo Mortara and Ed Sandstrom as well.
Yeah, you're right, because that's the number 7 Blue Falcon car going through behind the Glickenhaus.
Let me give you some of the class results as they've come through in Cup 1. It is the stride check. Oh, if we could only get the family Tomczyk in a car. In the 355, leading in their OPC Cup car from the 344 in second by about 7 seconds. And then the Rademacher, Youngsung and Younghuk OPC car, 43 seconds further back. In Cup 2, Porsche 911 number 117 leads by just 0.6 of a second from the 125 and 111. Now that is the Moore and Cameron car, just another 7 seconds, 8 seconds further back, the 111. So some British interest there. Cup 3, Cayman GT4 Club Sport 979 leads by about 5 seconds from the 966 and the 941. That is the Cup 3 as they're coming through in the lower categories.
Another group of 3 Audis, and in fact, rather bizarrely, only one of them is one of the original group of 3. It's number 50 car now with the 29.
It was the 29 that stopped, by the way. It was Kaffa out and Christopher Haase
that was
getting
last time round.
in.
Yeah.
Yes,
So it's
when you
28
said one of the black cars came
absolutely,
in.
this time around, and they've got that recovery number 5 car now behind them as all 3 of them go roaring past the Foxtail Manta.
And the Mercedes that came in was the 6, the Christodoulou car, although it was Maro Engel that got out and Yelmer Berman who got into that
So
car.
another of the Black Falcon cars. So 2 blue Black Falcon cars.
And the 28 has caught, I think it's the 12, isn't it, up ahead, the red and white?
The 12 should have been behind him.
Okay, so there may well be 2
More
red
issues.
and white GT3s. We're
Oh,
heading
sorry.
into-
My apologies, because of course the 28 has pitted.
Yes,
Yes.
correct.
And the 12 has struggled from the start of this race. That's the Robert Renauer, Matteo Cairoli and Otto Close car. Another machine off
Just
on
before
the right.
Flugplatz, that is, driver's right.
The GT86.
Well, we've had one car off at that point already, I believe. That's been recovered, and now a GT86 off to driver's right as well.
Yeah, and it was the 43 BMW M6. That is the Tom Scheider, Felix da Costa and Farfus car that was off.
Started
With
22nd.
And the other car involved was indeed the 235i Racing Cup car of the number 672. And I'm sorry, I did throw you a curveball there. That was much earlier in the lap. That was just around, in fact, just after the Flugplatz, heading up the hill before you take that very fast left-hand sweeper. So those were the 2 cars that we saw that had come together a lap or so ago, and that was the Fricadelli Racing Team BMW 235.
It was indeed. We're very well used to seeing the Fricadelli Racing Team running at the sharp end.
And the GT86 that has just that Johnny rightly identified was the 526 car. That's the Wyckoff and Stenhouse Toyota. That has had an accident as well. That was at Hawkation, excuse me.
Removing one of the 9 Cup 4 cars from proceedings. This is one of the Row Racing BMWs. Completely different engine note, of course.
Steady run for Rockenspiegel team.
Sorry, my apologies. I'm looking at the in-car picture. This is the Ferrari. What I'm
Yes.
looking at is the number board, which this year, of course, have got Row branding on them.
Yes.
But
Yeah, they're a major sponsor of the series.
full season car. This Ferrari 488 GT3. First time we've seen the new Turbo Ferrari in Nordschleife competition, and we believe if a race goes well for a car way further down the order, and we'll bring you a little bit of detail of that car, that it might well be joined by a second car later in the season. Will that car feature the, I have to say, it's been a few years, but not that many, but I'm going to use the words iconic Hankook livery again on the Nordschleife. I think it might well do. We saw that car, Johnny Palmer, racing at Mugello just a week ago in the hands of Bjorn Grossman and Fabio Leimer, and did very well indeed.
The 621 Opel Calibra, which Graham got very excited about, has a tear in his eyes. He thinks about it. Gearbox oil pressure problems for that car, and it looks like that is out of the race early on. Lot of early problems.
It's
for the
very early in
cars.
the season.
It is early in the season. It is early in the season. So I mean, In fairness, you don't have to have a big percentage to have a lot of cars out when you've started 186 cars.
Yeah, testing's not racing, is it? And that's the point.
It's just practice.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's staggering to hear of a 1980s, 1990s vintage GT car having any kind of technical problems. Obviously, that never ever happened in period at all.
You are listening to the audio commentary from Radio Show Limited around the world at radiolemans.com. Johnny Palmer, Graham Goodwin, editor of dailysportscar.com, and me, John Hindhoff. This is VLN Race 1 live. We've been racing for 50 minutes on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Damage to the right front of a Mercedes-Benz coming down the Dottiger Hohe. Now, that has to be one of the GT3 cars because there aren't any GT4 Benz in this. Yet. Exactly right. It looks like there's been... Is there something hanging down from the right side?
Yeah,
I
that's
thought
taken a big hit in that corner,
Oh,
John.
yes, right front corner.
It's like a very large dog has taken a big bite, isn't it?
It is the 46 car. This is the grey and yellow striped machine.
HTP.
Yeah. This is the
Nico.
Bastian Hohenadel and
Don
Baumann car.
again, yeah, exactly. Baumann, as I say, labelled against both the 47 and the 46 for today's race. So a steady stream of touring cars working its way by, together with the black Bentley from Team Apt. And I think the race leader sneaked by as well a moment or two ago. Driver doing incredibly well to get this vehicle back, considering the amount of damage that's been done. I don't think it's done any damage to the front right wheel or tyre.
I was just going to say, I think there's still air in the tyre, Johnny, and I think that's the key thing there, isn't it?
Although it did look to be down on the front right corner, so whether that's damaged the suspension.
I thought the jack was hanging down at the front to start with, but I think it was just a piece of bodywork or maybe a brake duct or something like that. Graham?
Just while we've got live timing back for just a short, brief moment, 911 does still lead from the number 4 car. It's still a Porsche 1-2. Then the
Leader in the pits. Leader in the pits, Graham.
37 and 38 Bentleys at the completion of the last lap were 3rd and 4th. So it's Porsche, Bentley, but we can see the 38s as well as the leading 911 car on pit lane this time around, Johnny.
And interestingly, the Bentley has pulled right across the nose
It
of the
has.
former race leader, so it does mean that the 911's route out of the pits is not ideal. That very damaged Mercedes, number 46, has also made its way back further down the pit lane, but great driving from either Bastian Hohenadel or Baumann at the wheel of the 46, and the team can now surround that and try and tape up what is left of what was very smart AMG GT3 from Team HTP. Still working on the Bentley 38, still working on the former race leader, but the Porsche had such an advantage that it's going to take a while for it to lose the lead. Manfield to Mercedes up against one of the two Row Racing BMWs, either 98 or 99. They're nose to tail heading towards Tiergarten.
That, by the way, is a battle to get into the top 20. It is number 48 from the 98 BMW is the car there. The Ferrari in the background on the same stretch of track now, lights flashing. He wants to get involved as well in that battle. But it's close run stuff. At the end of the last lap, before we saw the leader come into the pits, the top 5 cars, within 30 seconds. And on this track, and in this kind of these kind of conditions, and with this kind of traffic, John, that is not a big gap.
No, not at all. I think that damaged Mercedes-Benz has been pushed straight back into its garage, by the way. That after that damage to the right front.
The leader, or the former race leader, is back out
And
again.
pole sitter.
And pole sitter, yeah.
Bright yellow and fluorescent green. You'd not lose that in the car park. There is a Porsche colour that is called Racing Yellow, which is very similar to the yellow on that car. This is the number 911 Porsche 911. And the last time I was at the Nordschleife, I was driving a Carrera 4S in exactly that colour.
And one of the other massively charming things about the racing in the Nordschleife is if this car doesn't even matter if it wins, if it finishes the race and is drivable, it will be driven on the road back to Montai Racing, which is about a couple of kilometres down the road. There is a local So what you'd call it, whether or not it's a bylaw. There's flashing lights will be fitted to the top of the race cars, and Montoya Racing will drive their cars, often in convoy, back down the public road to their workshop just a couple of kilometres away.
Well, they are on the opposite side of the Dottinger Hohe from where you enter for the tourist laps.
Correct.
Gottlieb Daimlerstrasse down there has all of the test centres for Aston Martin, for Jaguar, for the other car companies, and for the tyre companies.
Phoenix Racing down there
Phoenix
as well.
Racing are down there, and Manthey are just on that same light industrial park, is what it is in rateable value parlance. But it has some of the biggest names in world automotive and motor racing, and Manthey have been there for many years now.
It really is one of those kind of places that, you know, here in the UK you'd pop just outside a local town and turn left onto the light industrial area, and there might be a plumber's and a screw fix.
I was going to say there would definitely be a tile merchant there,
Definitely,
wouldn't
a
there?
tile merchant, and you know, and
Possibly a carpet shop.
somewhere you can go and buy some valves for radiators. But here it's all a little bit different. So there's plenty of radiators around, but for a completely different purpose.
Marino Franchitti, hello to you. Why aren't you driving here this weekend? He says, enjoying the coverage, the fabulous coverage of VLN. Thank you for the kind words. He says, it seems that the opening laps have been a massive slow zone waiting for a race to break out. It's on now, isn't it? Certainly is. Marino, best of luck to you for the season. I know your season didn't get off to the start you wanted it at the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, but good luck to you. And I saw that Holly's got the race car out as well for some more classic and vintage events this year. Be good to see Holly on the track as well. And thank you for joining us, letting us know he's tuned in via @Radio Le Mans.
He's going to be far from the only racing driver sitting there making brum brum noises for breakfast this morning. Great to have you.
Number 8 Mercedes from the Haribo Racing Team heading into another slow zone. Uwe Altzen, Lance David Arnold, and one of the most satisfying names in motorsport to say, Renger van der Zande, are the 3 drivers allocated to this car. I love these AMG steering wheels, very Batmobile-esque. And there's another AMG GT3 just ahead as well. So tightly bunched these cars run, single file through the slow zone. It's tricky to tell exactly why we're in a caution, but there will be most probably marshals out on track and an intervention vehicle or two as they recover another stray vehicle, and somebody going slow down the Dottinger Hohe again with the hazard lights flashing. Now
That
that's
looks
a
like a Z4,
isn't it?
Now, there is a Z4 GT3 and it
There
looks
is.
like that car.
This is the red, white and blue machine. It's on driver's right
The
of
Z4 is the number 36 Volkenhorst motorsport car of Peter Pezovac, Alex Lamberts and Claudia Hurtgen.
I think there's a left front puncture on that car, Johnny, because it is going very slowly. Meantime, we're heading down to the first hour of racing being completed.
Is it worth me just giving a quick rundown, John?
I think
while
it's
we've
a
got
very
the
good
opportunity?
idea.
So top 10, and in this numerical order, I'll give you the gaps we last got. It is the number 911 car with the whole of the leading pack now having pitted. We've got a name listed against it. I don't think that's actually completely accurate. So I'll just give you the car numbers. 911 Monthey Porsche from the number 4 Porsche. That is the Falcon Tyres car. Then the 37 Abt Bentley of Christian Mamarov. Then it's the 38 Abt Bentley, but we've seen that car has just pitted. Number 42 BMW. The 702, the Glickenhaus, is up into 6th position. Then it's the number 7 car, and that's the first of the Black Falcon Mercedes, in fact the first of the Mercedes. The 20 car follows that, that's Schubert Motorsport BMW. Number 9, Alexander Imperatori, that is the Falcon Tyres BMW. So both the Falcon cars inside the top 10, and completing the top 10 before that last batch of pit stops was the number 48 car, and the number 48 car is the Manfilter HTP Mercedes-Benz, the AMG GT3. They're your top 10. In the classes, coming down, SP7 led at the moment by the number 62 car. H4, the 588. Cup 2 is the 117. We've now got a much better picture. It's worse than it's a rear left puncture for that's BMW.
Got the right side, but the wrong
is the
tyre.
30
But
it
it
is
was
the
the
36.
36 Walkenhorst car, as Johnny rightly said. This is the Posivat Lambert and Claudia Hurtgen car.
Yeah, so Cup 2 is led by the 117. That's down in 30th position. Then we've got TCR inside the top 40 for the 802 car. SP8 T is led by the 153. SP10, 41st position by the 171. Then it's the 198 leading SP6 is down in 46th position. Outside the top 50, and the 979 car leads Cup 3. And my timing resets and forces us to do it again. The 320 car leads SP8T and is in 56th. SP8 is led by the 140 car, they're 57th overall. SP3T is the number 307 in 59th position. 63rd is the 435 car, that leads V6. Cup 5, the M235i class is 64th position for the 671 car. V5, 78th position for the 444. Cup 1 is the number 355 car, that's its 80th position overall. They are the Opel cars, and that is the family Strycek car, leads in that class. SP3 is led by the 271 car in 84th position. H2, the 617 car in 96th position. V4, and outside the top 100, let's reset again with apologies, it's V4 on the 479 car. Cup 4 is in 121st position, the 536 car. VT2, the 495 car in 123rd position. And that V3, 157th position is the 511 car. VT1 is Bonk Motorsport 555 in 161st position. V2 is the 549 in 169th position, and that is your lot. 180 runners showed at the moment on the timing screen I've got, gentlemen.
And hello to Patrick Lindsay, who is listening in as well and making the point of how well the drivers are respecting the flags. You just have to round here, I think, is the answer to that. We've gone through the first hour. So Dumas, or at least 911 Porsche from 4 from 37 from 38, 42, 702 the Glickenhaus in 6th position. And then in 8th the 20, 9 the 3, and the top 10 made up by the 48. As we have the Falcon tyres supported BMW into the pits.
Yeah, the drivers in this car being Patrick Assenheimer, Indy Jonchi, Kenneth Heyer and Bernd Schneider. Sorry, wrong car, beg your pardon, that's the Manfilter's Mercedes. The Falcon Tyres motorsport car, number 3, is Alexandra Imperatori and Marco Seefried. Only seen the 2 drivers up against the number 3 car.
And only 2 driver names on the top of the door.
So it is. So the Chinese, Imperatori, and Marco Seefried from Germany, although now lives in Austria.
Chinese? He's Swiss.
Imperatori?
Yes.
Yes.
You know, I'm going by the entry list, and you're quite right, he is Swiss. So maybe, does he live in China then? Volksrepublik, it said on the entry list, and China.
He might have been out for a Chinese last night, but he's definitely Swiss.
Yeah.
But Marco Seefried's labelled as Austrian on the entry list as well, so I'm thinking that actually tells us where these people live, rather than their original nationalities.
It's another BMW and another left rear tyre problem for the number 140. This is another one of the Cup class cars, gentlemen, isn't it? And this is the white sort of Paul Smith stripe roof and yellow cars.
That's
that's
an M3 GTR.
Is it?
That is.
It looks tiny.
It's the Clay Schutter Sapino and Hilscher car.
Problem in the pits at the left rear for the number. Now, which Benz was that?
That's, sorry, just you are right, obviously he's Swiss, but he lives in Shanghai, does Alexandra. So That's where
Right.
the confusion is. Beg your
Got
pardon. We're still looking, by the way, at the number, the Falcon Motorsports Porsche leading the way, but that can't be very, very far away from needing a stop. We've seen the number 37 Bentley come in. The 911 Porsche has also stopped, but we've yet to see, as far as I can tell, the number 4 Ragginger Bergmeister Vantor car come down pit road. So that's still leading by a decent margin. The Row Racing BMW in the background also staying out for another lap.
News from DSC's Stephen Kilby, and thanks for this, Stephen. It's Alex and Marco in the Falcon BMW for the VLN to get the car time ahead of the campaign for the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Peter Dunbreck won't drive that car until the 24-hour qualifying race. So in addition to the 9 VLN races, there are 2 other events where we'll see many of these cars competing. There is the Nürburgring 24 Hours, but there's then a qualifying race earlier in the season ahead of that race. Not a VLN race.
Yes, that's right. So not part of our coverage as it stands at the moment. It's not a VLN race, that is the qualifier solely. Now this is the 44 car that I thought they were having a bit of problems with on the back end, on the left-hand rear, but it seems to be leaving on time, this Mercedes-Benz, or should I say AMG as it is, the AMG GTS GT3. Right, you can understand, Graham, can't you, when you look down now at the pit lane and see what happens when 7, 8, 9, 120 cars come in all at once. You can understand why people like the 911, the pole sitting car, got off kilter. The BMW that was involved in that accident earlier on, which I think we decided was the Schubert car, didn't we?
It's the Tomczyk car, wasn't it? It's needing a lift onto the flatbed, not able to be rolled onto the flatbed, so you would guess pretty significant damage to the front of that car, John.
That was very, very early. It was the 43, the Schnitzer car, wasn't it? It was the Farfuss car, yes, sorry. Just after the Flugplatz. A little bit further round than the Flugplatz, but not far. Now, we're settling into a bit of a rhythm now. Still waiting for that number 4 Porsche. Last lap around, by the way, 9:01.293.
It's of course the number 4 car that, as Johnny Palmer said, leads the race now, having not yet taken to the pits. The 911, which led the race, drops down to 13th after its pit stop.
Best lap, by the way, in race trim, I think, is Romain Dumas, 8:05.4.
That was, I think, might well have been the second racing lap.
I think that might have been the first racing lap, actually, because I think they were in traffic in the halfway through the second one. But nevertheless, it was very early on. 8:05.471. That's an average speed around the Grand Prix and the Nürburgring, or shortened Grand Prix and Nürburgring Nordschleife, of 163.7 kilometres an hour. 8:05.481. That's extraordinary, isn't it? That is a little over, well, it's somewhere between 6 and 7 minutes on the Nordschleife itself. And that is not hanging about by any stretch of the imagination. Hello to you, wherever you are around the world. This is VLN 1, and for the first time, English commentary to go with the very excellent streaming pictures that you are all raving about, and thanks to our colleagues for providing us with the pictures so that we can see them too and bring you a little bit of an insight into what's going on, and also frankly so that we can feel as though we can see the other parts of the circuit. We feel part of the event as well, so thank you very much indeed. Beautiful early spring day at the Nürburgring, and people beginning to settle in now. Still waiting for the last 1 or 2 cars at the front of the field to make their pit stops, Johnny.
4 Porsche now at Tiergarten. Is it going to peel off? Yes,
it does.
It is.
Good
so
spot,
that's the race
Johnny.
leader coming in, and one of the last crucial stoppers, if you like, may well have extended this pit window for the longest of the GT3 cars And will that bear fruit? Because the 4 car wasn't really catching the 911 on the racetrack, but if they can get it out into some clear air, and they will have calculated when best to do the stop, fuel going in on the top of the nose of the car, if you like. Remember, obviously the engine at the rear being a Porsche, fuel tank, which is, yes, a trigger.
Pistol grip.
Pistol grip,
Yep.
thank you. That's
And
the
it doesn't
correct
have the
terminology.
lock on it either, so you do have to have a team member actually hold
Yeah.
the trigger part of it. It's just been swiveled around to about 45, 50 degrees, but that's fine. It wasn't going into the garage. Names on the top of that are Laurent Vantour, Martin Ragginger.
Is that the Ragginger helmet?
It
there,
was.
which
Well,
looked
I
very
thought
Austrian?
Ragginger had started
Started it,
that
okay.
car
Ragginger's
because he qualified it.
He
yeah.
qualified it. I think he did start the race. And what we don't yet
Well, that's
know,
an Austrian
That's
striped
a very
helmet,
Austrian helmet. That's all I was thinking. But
sort of
maybe
Alexander Wirtz-ish, isn't it?
yeah. Oh, look, there's a useful track map on the steering wheel there, with all the corn names. That's exactly the map we're looking at. Good to see the pros still need that as well.
Where are you? Somewhere. Hang on, I can't read it. It's too small on the steering wheel.
And this track's a bit bumpy.
Or the worst one is when they get on the radio and say, "Can you tell me which corner you're at?" I'm not sure. Look on the map on the steering wheel. The steering wheel's not there. Oh, it was that big an accident, was it?
Just came off of my hands.
Code 60 flags, so slow zone flags out, the purple with the cross on them. That's heading up over and towards the Flugplatz. And so another issue there. Actually, that might well still be the 43 BMW being towed away on the, or put on the back of the flatbed, as the Porsche number 4 back into the pole-sitting Porsche, the 911 car, back into the race, and now up to speed after its pit stop, coming to complete its flying lap.
and is moving back up the order. I think that might well have been the battle for the 12th or 11th position, and it was the Vulcanhurst BMW that's just dived into the bits behind. That winds back out, but now getting on to terms with one of the Audis.
And are we expecting this Audi to stop yet? Because you wouldn't expect the leader to be behind it, unless, of course, the Audi crew have had a blinding pit stop and managed to get that Audi in front of the early leader.
You'd have thought, though, that stopping early, you put less fuel in, so you actually stand still
Yeah.
for a less amount of time.
This is busy stuff. Again, it looks like the opening lap. What have we got? 6 or even 7 GT3s. The 37
At the
Bentleys in
Tiergarten.
there. At Tiergarten, so it needs to be single file. They were trying to spread themselves out towards the latter portion of the Dottinger Hurt. And again, the yellow Bentley has ended up behind the black Bentley. And they were in a very different order prior to the stops.
Yeah, there was cars between those. There was at least 2 or 3 cars between those, Johnny, before the pit stop. So the pit stop's winding out now, but of course, all depends where you come out. There's the Nissan GTR in there as well, Graham, as well as the 12 Porsche, the red and white Porsche.
12 Porsche was leading this group, wasn't it?
Yes.
The Zaxpeed,
and now it's right on the back of it.
absolutely the Zaxpeed GTR. You're right in the middle there too. But the car looking raciest is that yellow Bentley.
It has from the drop of the green flag.
Yeah.
Yellow Bentley with the darker hindquarters on the Continental GT3. Still a very handsome car.
It's the 37 car.
Yes,
Ran
this-
second at the end of the last lap.
So, hello to Chris Suku listening in. He says, try explaining to the locals this is cricket for motorsport lovers. That's actually not a bad description of VLN racing, because there's so much going on. And the 37 does try to make that pass on that Audi that was leading the group, and it looks like it's gone through. The Nissan, oh no, just going into the chicane before they head out onto the Nordschleife. Hasn't been able to get through. 28 Land Audi heading up over the bridge and towards the Flugplatz through that awesome right-hander. Kiss the curb on the inside. And heading up to the top of the hill that is Arenberg, where the bridge is. Tony can't use the curb on the inside there. Big gravel trap on the left. Remember the year that all of the Porsche Cup cars ended up in there, when the Porsche World Cup was there, rained, everybody fell off.
Very similar thing happened in the 24 hours in the
Yeah, true.
Nürburgring last May, of course, as well, when that hailstorm hit, and there were car after car hammering into that Armco barrier.
Scary through the floodplaats in a GT3 car. Now, ahead, one of the GT86s, flag's been waved, and the GT86 showing how nimble it is, holding on to the inside at Adenauer Forst, and being able to get the power down a tad earlier. 98 BMW on the Grand Prix circuit. This is the Ruhr Motor Oil sponsored car, although they have the name on the number sides as well. Number boards.
Missing its red bumper.
It is indeed. Still has the honking great diffuser there, but no sign of the bumper cover. It's sort of the rear valance, actually. It doesn't do anything. And another puncture on the Dottinger again. Porsche, Cayman.
Front right, rear right.
Front or rear right. Right hand side, definitely, Johnny. It's the 170 Cayman Club Sport MR. Now, the MR stands for Montai Racing.
That's the official GT4 Cayman.
Yeah.
So the MR means two things: one, that Montai Racing has built that car, and two, that it is a homologated GT4 car.
A complication heaped upon complication by Porsche, in that they have a Cayman GT4 Club Sport, and now they have a GT4 Club Sport MR, which is actually the GT4 car.
Yeah, I think this might be the one. The car we're looking in the pits at the moment might well have been the TCR leader. They dropped that car
early
before the wheel was put on it.
And that is the 802.
That was indeed the TCR leader.
Yeah. Good spot, Graham.
Handsome looking car, the Golf TCR.
Yes, Johnny's going to tell us that the Alpha is the best looking TCR
Naturally.
I had a good crawl over the Audi RS in America, RS3 recently. That looks a nice piece of kit.
Till they drag you off it, yeah.
Yes. Eventually they had to put the car to bed. Did I read somewhere that Hyundai's building a TCR car on an i20? I want to say. Yeah. I do think that TCR will do for touring car racing what GT3 did for GT racing.
Well, if you're interested in the kind of genesis of some of these
Very
TCR
good if you're
things,
talking about Hyundai.
Absolutely. That's completely unintended as well. I'm even better than I thought.
Unusual for you.
But do have a quick look at the Wikipedia page for eligible TCR cars and prepare to be amazed. Absolutely amazing numbers of projects, some of which are legacy projects from other classes, but very many new cars coming. The 28 Audi last time through was just ahead of the 911. So let's keep an eye and see where that's leading us to. This marginally grassy moment for the car ahead of the 28 Audi on track here. So 2 hours and 43 minutes of this insanity still to go. Wow.
It's hard to call a 4-hour race a sprint race, but that's exactly what this is, isn't it? And considering that in the first hour we did, 8 laps, then you're not going to have big numbers on your laps. Jeremy Shaw would love this. He wouldn't be using a huge amount of lap sheets. Well, not lengthways, of course. Down over, you've got to go quite a long way.
Good luck as they come past in 5 rows of 4 across their journey.
It's true. I have a suspicion he might only do the top couple of classes if he was lap scoring this.
Black's ambition.
Is currently pursuing. That's the Z4.
That's the 36.
VZ4.
That's the 36 car.
Oh,
there was a touch.
Was there a gap? Is there a gap? No, there's no gap, and I've touched in. But thankfully, the Z4 stayed on the track and pointing in the right direction. We've seen it going slowly to the pit lane. Clearly, they've sorted out the problem on that 36.
Well, he's about to be lapped, isn't he?
Correct. Yes. You could argue that the driver of the 36 should be staying out of the way of the 28. Audi Sport Team Land car. This is
big off.
That's a Cayman to the right hand side,
and that was just at the start of the Flansgarden. I was just about to say those two cars touched at well over 200 kilometres an hour.
Yeah.
By the way, so 125, 130 miles an hour, and trying to get out of the way as they go past the Aston Martin GT4 car.
A couple of Aston Martins in this race, John. Again, the test centre putting together their regular efforts for their valued customers before we get to very, very, very serious business in the Nürburgring 24 Hours. But was it last year the first time the test centre entered car didn't finish the race?
Yeah, I think so. Now,
this is going to be the touch, I think.
we're coming up out of Brunchen towards Flansgarden.
Spin ahead.
No, that was
It's the
after the touch,
spin
it was the spin.
ahead.
Yeah.
Now, do we
Sure
catch
whether there was
sight of the
contact.
number? No.
Difficult to tell whether there was contact or not, because our camera car, the 28, was caught up right behind the Pasovac, Lamberts and Hertgen Vulcan Motorsport Z4.
Tiergarten, Graham, and that battle that you were talking about a few moments ago between the bright yellow and green 911 and the Chris Meese, the 28, I'm calling it the Chris Meese car, but it is the Land Motorsport Audi, crosses the line now and heads down towards the first corner. Now, they were battling for 4th and 5th.
But that was before Ragginger pitted.
Exactly, so that's now 3rd and 4th.
At least.
Depending on who else has dropped into the pit lane.
But that will wind its way out in a moment or three. Well, likely when Ragginger crosses the line the next time. This is one of the mild frustrations of racing on the Nordschleife, is the length of lap.
Oh, well, this is the battle for the lead.
There
then.
you go. So
it is the battle for the lead, and we're indebted to our colleagues in graphics for picking that up. The timing and scoring, as you will know if you're following along on the World Wide Web, has an awful lot to do and isn't always exactly up to the very second. It tends to refresh every wee while or so. Johnny?
So the 28 has not only had contact, just to make this point, then we'll talk about the BMW, which is spewing smoke out the back, but the 28, the race leader, has had contact with the Z4 and nearly been cleaned out by a spinner up ahead of it. What we didn't see was the 911 hot on its heels as well. There is an example of, yes, you might be leading the race, but how perilously close to disaster you are every single corner.
that's we've seen the 198 BMW M3 E46. It's the Manhila Struther car, and it is dropping all sorts of fluid out the back of that car.
That's the MSC Adenar car, of course, so very much a local team. As the leader of the motor race now, the number 28 Audi Sport Team Land had half a second on the Porsche as they went across the line, then another 8 seconds on the 12 car. That's the red and white Porsche in 3rd place. Audi number 49 in 4th, Bentley in 5th, then the 4 Porsche in 6th, then 2 more Audis, the 29 and 50 in 8th and 9th position. Behind them, 37 and 24, I think, were the next 2 cars up. So the battle for the lead well and truly on as the cars continue to lap in beautiful sunshine. And the 941 Porsche Cayman. Now, these are the 2 drivers who have the nom de cause of Max and Jens, and we never see them without their helmets. That car, a very, very lovely paint scheme with the white centre section and the orange, black and red striking racing stripes fore and aft.
Gigaspeed Team Get Speed Performance is the team name. Another crew from Moist Path, as so many are, and came in GT4 Club Sport without the MR bit.
You can basically throw a socket wrench from the Nürburgring and probably 16 people from 16 different race shops would walk out and pick it up.
Yeah.
They are the whole of the area around the Nürburgring Nordschleife littered with small, medium and large garages, and quite a lot of people, of course, Graham, around there keep a car close by or keep cars for other people for them to do the tourist laps. And the last time I was on the Nordschleife, I have to say, the number of cars that were on there that were clearly what we used to call ring specials back in the day, with cages, okay, that's sensible, but with racing tyres and full stripped out racing modifications. they were now the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah,
And that's changed massively in the last
I mean,
decade.
typically, small VWs or BMWs,
Lots of Renaults as well now.
which is good to
Clios
see.
and RS Megans running on slick or semi-slick tyres, single or two seats, but with the back seats taken out, and embarrassing some very much larger engine street cars because, of course, they are so much lighter. Another problem out on the circuit with a flatbed to driver's right, just after the bridge at Adna.
I wonder if that's actually just dropped off the BMW.
Oh yes, because there is a spot there that you can get off the circuit.
That's the other entry point, isn't it?
Yeah, very good point. The number 8 Benz now in traffic, passes one of the Aston Martin Test Centre Vantages. Now heading down the hill to that area at the bridge where the flags were out. And as they come off the opposite end of the bridge, there will be flags there. Coming to the bridge now. When are the flags out, or has the flatbed cleared? Across the bridge with the high catch fencing, and it's slippery round there. I wonder if there's been something put down on the circuit. Looks like it was clear. Now that is a Porsche in the pits.
So 911 and some description, it's not a GT3 car. They're inserting the banana there.
And that wasn't a euphemism, actually. Graham was speaking literally there. It's the 77 car, white, blue and orange. And a spin. Now, this is the Ferrari. The Ferrari's gone around. The 488 GT3 car, Wochenspiegel team Monschau, or WTM as they would like to be called nowadays. Now, there's high catch fencing there. He's absolutely at 90 degrees to the racing circuit.
No sign of that car moving in
and
any
no
way, shape.
engine noise either from the onboard.
Now, it's not
I
very,
can hear.
it's not very wide, that circuit, is
I'm
it?
trying to work out where that is, Graham.
Well, wherever he is, John, he is rear in barrier behind us.
He must be. Is that heading up again towards the Flugplatz with the trees on the right hand side just before you get to it? So you're coming off the end of the Hatzenbach through Hoeischen sort of area before you go to Kudeberger home.
Now, what I would say is we have an in-car camera in that car.
We're slow through this bit. Now, whether the two incidents are connected, we will find out. No, there's another car off, and that's not a Ferrari.
No, that's
It's one of the
Cup cars.
Astros,
Is
isn't
it? Okay. Oh, two cars involved there.
One being recovered.
Right now, and that is just as you come out of.
And a Cayman, three cars involved.
Well, that was where the Cayman span before, where we saw it. That's just as you come out of Bergwerk.
We're not yet out of the yellow flag area either, which suggests there is more. There are more problems further up.
Now, I wonder if the car there, driver's left as well. Is that where the Ferrari is?
No, because there's no catch fencing on the right-hand side, Graham. It was catch fencing close to trees on the right-hand side of the circuit. Now, this is a very long slow zone, running pretty much from Verseifen through Exmuller. We're coming down towards Bergwerk now.
I've counted 4
excuse
cars
me,
so
we're
far.
coming. Yes, we're coming down. Yes, we are coming down to Bergwerk.
This
now.
could be where the Ferrari is.
It is where the Ferrari is. Spot on.
The driver's left, and it is 90 degrees to the track. So the rear wheels of that Ferrari 488 on the grass.
Okay.
The front wheels on the asphalt and facing the barrier opposite.
Sorry, my mistake. I've done what I often do.
And another.
And that's
the Cayman.
That's the original
Cayman
Cayman at the start of Flansgarden. So basically from Hohe Acht, from just before Hohe Acht, out of the carousel, through Wipperman, Eichbach and Brunchen, all the way to Flansgarden, there are 4 cars, including that 488
Well,
Ferrari.
that's 6, I think.
I'm got. It's at least 6. At least 6.
7.
I'm going to give you a supposition here, gentlemen. There were cars off at more or less every corner.
I think
on that
there's something
section.
on the track.
There has to be something on the track.
I agree with you, because we saw, didn't we, just before that part of the track, coming down the hill through to Exmüller, and before Bergwerk, we saw people getting a little bit squirrely.
And by the way, and amongst all of that, the lead has not changed yet. 28 Audi still leads this race, just ahead of the number 911 Porsche, the Montai car, the subtly toned Montai car behind the all-black Audi. They crossed the line last time around. Half a second was the gap. It's around the same this time, and we will call the top 10 at the end of this lap, because we've now got the timing having wound itself out after the latest batch and I guess the last batch of leading pit stops. But the Audi crew have got the black Audi out ahead of the 911. This will be the end of the 10th lap for these cars, and 2.5 hours to go. And the Montai Porsche just looks to be in, well, tracking mode, can we call that? 28 Audi from 911 Porsche, then the 12 Porsche, who was third on the grid, is back in third position in the race, John.
Mike Nash tweeting into @Specutainment here said, we saw the BMW M3 expiring. Are the spins due to that? That was on the Grand Prix circuit, Mike, and I doubt that car would have driven out or been allowed to drive out onto the Nordschleife, and those accidents were well over halfway around the North Loop. Again, for those of you not au fait with what happens here, if you have a technical problem on the Grand Prix circuit, you are allowed to shortcut and come back into the pits via the rest of the Grand Prix circuit, and you come in the pits effectively the back way. What that does is it means that that part of the lap is disallowed, so when you come out the pits, you effectively restart the lap that you started previously. It also means they've got to be very clever with their timing, but they are. What it does mean is a crippled car doesn't have to limp the whole way around the Nordschleife before it can get attention. But what I'm also going to say, that there are cars moving around all over the place. I wonder now if temperatures are coming up, gentlemen, and there are 1 or 2 people who are perhaps have just taken a flyer on their tyre pressures and are being caught out a little bit, because a lot of the top cars are moving around more than I would have expected.
You may well be right, John. It is a black art, isn't it, racing the Nordschleife, and all sorts of things can catch you out. And the obvious things we can see, and the one that you just mentioned, yet another. You set up the car for conditions you expect, and all of a sudden you wake up, it's a beautiful spring day, and there's whatever the German is for Darn.
Let's not forget that this is a circuit that spans a very large geographical area. It's a long track, but it's actually quite spread out as well. It's not as if it's out and back. You're actually going around a variety of a couple of valleys effectively, and as we've seen, Johnny, before, it can be very different from one side of the track to the other, and where your tyres might be working in one spot, they might very well not be in another.
Yeah, completely so, and it's that sort of halfway house, isn't it? Compromise. I mean, we see that on a 3.5 mile circuit. Sometimes it might be raining at one corner and dry at the other end of the track. Silverstone famously has done that in the past, and imagine, timesing that by a significant margin. This is a 13-14 mile configuration of a circuit. As you say, it's like a perimeter road that goes around the Eifel Mountains, and with its dips into the valley, and then it rises up towards Hohe Acht as well. Just that difference in altitude can affect weather conditions also. Strange that you could get 6 or 7 cars all off in a very similar part of the circuit. We may well get to the bottom of that at the end of the race.
This is a battle for position the number 48 Mercedes-Benz has in front of it one of the BMWs. It's the 19 car in the black carbon. Now this is the car to which Jens Klingmann is attached, not permanently, obviously. Out onto the Nordschleife.
And Tom Onslow Cole.
Yeah, Tom. Now we know Tom started that car.
And John Edwards as well.
So that's 2 factory drivers there. John Edwards as part of the IMSA programme.
Yep.
And Klingmann driving the GT Daytona car for Turner Motorsport.
Indeed, and to show the depth, by the way, talking about the quality of the drivers in those cars, this is the battle for 22nd position, gentlemen.
Well, my point about that, Graham, was that's Tom Onslow Cole sharing with 2 BMW factory drivers.
Excellent stuff for Tom.
Yes, and Tom, having made the switch to endurance and GT racing relatively recently, has taken to it like the proverbial duck to water, and has become very busy very quickly, and that only happens, gentlemen, when you are good.
Well, that battle is 2 minutes 19 seconds back from the leader on the same lap. I'll give you a quick rundown through the positions again. Now we've got
just
10
gone
laps.
through a half an hour, Graham. That's
Yep.
a good idea.
10 laps actually under the wheels of all the leading cars, and it's 0.3 of a second was the gap between the number 28 Audi and 911 Monsai Porsche at the end of that 10th lap. Then behind them, further 10-11 seconds back, is the number 12 Porsche. It's the second of the Monsai cars, isn't it, that car? Then it's the first of the Bentleys, 4th position, 40 seconds off the lead, 30 seconds back in third place for the number 38 Team Ad Bentley. Then the 49, that is the WRT car, Marcel Fessler, one of the drivers there, the ex-Audi LMP1 driver now with a full season of GT racing for Audi, 5th position for the 49 car, and right with the Bentley. Then it's the number 4 Raginger car. Now that is the Ferrari being
Ferrari is
recovered
being
back.
towed.
There's no engine noise.
There's no engine noise. It's not towing straight, but they've got it pointing in the right direction, so at least it can be recovered. But this is a very difficult recovery just before Flansgarden. Graham, if I may, I'll just tell you what we can tell you about the cars that were involved in those incidents. They included, but this may not be a comprehensive list, the 980 GT4 Club Sport, the Porsche Cayman S, the 428 car, the Toyota GT86 535, that's 22 Ferrari. All of those cars we saw. Now also included in the problems that we've seen out there, the 210 Kroll with the the Kroll family and Eggyman BMW GTR. That's an E46 car, venerable. The Max and Jens car we saw having issues on the Grand Prix Strecker, that was the 941. And another BMW M3 E46 is the 198 car, as the organisers now saying that they are trying to recover that 22 car, and we've seen visual confirmation of that, but that is not going to be the work of the moment. There is clearly damage to that number 22 Wochenspiegel Ferrari, and it is proving to be somewhat recalcitrant in coming back from the Flansgarden.
We're watching in-car pictures, John, on the video stream now of the number 62 car. That's the 26th position overall, 911 GT3 Cup. Leads the SP7 class, and is the leading car that is not either a GT3 car or GT3 equivalent, as in the Glickenhaus. So running very well up, going very well indeed. A car in the pits, very lime green, not a chrome car, I should say. We have mentioned Tracy and Nick. This is 608 car that we saw in trouble early on.
609. Yeah, it spawned, didn't it, first sequence of corners. The Destry Zalewski Porsche. What's the contact? Was there not contact?
Well, it was if it was contact, it was this side. It was the left rear.
Yeah.
I have to say, Johnny, that having seen it on in real time and then on the replay, courtesy of our colleagues at TV, I wasn't sure there was contact. It was very close, side by side racing, but I'm not sure there was a touch.
Okay.
But a couple of pixels either way, it might have been.
True. Yeah. it was the high line, wasn't it, around the sort of third element of the Mercedes arena, if you like. That's the bit of the circuit that's not used during the 24-hour weekends, but it is used when, for instance, the Grand Prix comes here, or indeed the big rig trucks race around here as well.
I'm reminded by Joshua Barrett, thanks Josh, the 22 Ferrari was running as high as 8th position before its pit stop and then subsequent crash.
This time coming through and down the Dottinger Her now for all the leading cars. That Audi is getting away from the Monti Porsche for the moment at the very least. Just to complete the top 10 before we get to that rerun, 7th position at the moment is the number 29 Audi. Pierre Caffer was listed against that car. We know he got out the car. 24, that's the Nissan, is running 8th position, 47 seconds off the lead. 9th position, the number 5 Audi. That's the Frank Stippler car. And in 10th now, having lost that 9th position on that lap, is the second of the team at Bentley's. It's the number 37 car.
And I am reminded by the very excellent Viper Media that Tom Onslow Cole is a BMW factory driver now. So that is excellent news. This from Right Turn Lover. Thank you, Rebecca. He said, weren't you and Graham talking about changes to the rear wings earlier on? Might that be contributing to cars moving around more? And indeed, cars having issues out on the circuit. That's actually a very good point, isn't it? If you've been messing with the aero, this is the place where you actually want as much wing as you can get on a car. And indeed, one or two teams and manufacturers in the past, Graham, have decided to move some of their gentleman drivers into a category above where they would normally race, so that they can get in a car with more downforce, a car that is more stable through the sweepers.
Yeah, the other thing, just to remind listeners and viewers, as we look at the number 12 car, step back in. That's a second stop for that car. That car had definitely pitted before. It was one of the earlier stoppers, and
this is its second stop.
Yes, you're right. Yeah.
So that was the third place car, and will no longer be, because the Bentley has gone through, number 38. As others will now flow through.
Marcel Fessler in the Audi, Raginger in the 4 Porsche, and Pierre Caffer in the Land 29.
But these GT3 cars are designed to be pretty driver friendly with ABS.
Yes.
With a whole range of systems to actually help the gentleman driver. So we've certainly heard people moving up from GT4 and other less able GT cars, saying that yes, there's a whole world of different performance available in a GT3 car, but if you're driving within your limits or to your limits, so the thing there for the battling BMW and Manfilters sponsored, it's the HTP car, isn't it? If you're driving within your limits or driving to your limits, then actually they're a relatively relaxing place to be, that you can actually, as a gentleman driver, drive harder and further in a GT3 car than you can in something like a GT4.
That's probably true, particularly the earlier GT4 cars that didn't have such creature comforts as ABS or sophisticated traction control, or indeed, as Graham rightly says, the aerodynamic accoutrement. Now that was a change of position there on the first part of the Grand Prix circuit. Finally, after what seems like an hour, but of course was barely a lap, that is a change of position, and the bright yellow Mercedes goes through. Calibra.
There we go, in the background we just spotted there.
There are 2 Calibra in this race, aren't there?
No, just one.
So that's the ex DTM car that's coming back.
The ex
IRC car, ITC car.
No, it's not one. It's not nearly that sophisticated.
All right.
I want to say STW, and I'm going to be immediately corrected on Twitter. But it's.
So is that the car that had the gearbox oil issues earlier on? Right.
Yes.
Well, that's good news then to see that car come out, and that is the so that was a Mark 1 car as well, wasn't it? So that was
which is much the prettier car.
The prettier car, yes.
Yeah. It's also noticed, by the way, coming out as the 12 car came out, and just ahead on the road is the Zaxby GTR. Has been running well up the Nissan, and just see it coming out of shots on the video stream. Good to see the families are out in the sunshine, enjoying the racing.
So the 12's rejoined, 2 stops for the Otto Close, Matteo Cairoli and Robert Renauer Porsche from Manthey. The Manfilter Mercedes finally breaks the stranglehold for that position, as we mentioned, on the BMW, so it now has a little bit of clearer air ahead of it. There is the 12 car back out in,
Wow,
was
well,
in second, wasn't it? But
yeah,
it's now
so
had
they've
a
dropped
second
down.
stop.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me see.
What
If
was
I
in,
can,
what, sorry, was in third, Johnny.
third, was it?
Thank you. There's the 490 BMW. Easy to spot the blue and orange machine, which hops and skips its way through the sweepers. In fact, this is heading into Tiergarten at the end of the lap for the 490.
The 24, this is the Nissan GTR, Nismo GT3, was in at the end of that last lap. That was from position 10 when it came into the pit lane.
Reminded by, predictably, by Johannes Gaglica that the Calibre is ex-DTC, that basically Group
DTC, thank you, the
Group
N.
N Plus
Yeah.
is what it's
That
called.
was a great series.
In fact, that's the 670 car. There are several Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport BMWs up and down the field. So 490, we caught many a glimpse of earlier on the 325i. This, on the other hand,
It's an all-Italian crew. It's Eduardo and Francesco Begani and Luca Sadun in that car. And
Can I just say thank you very much to teams everywhere for using coloured vinyl. And it wouldn't have been very long ago when most of these cars would have been a single colour and 97% of them would have been white.
And the 666 car, another one of the Cup 5 cars, and this is a well-known duo in this one, Thomas Jaeger, one of the 2 Thomas Jaegers, of course, and Rudy
You never
Adams.
see them together?
Never.
Interestingly.
Rudy Adams aboard that car as well.
This has been, this initiative from BMW has been tremendously successful.
This is the leading car in class, by the way.
Yeah, this is Cup 5
overall.
class leader.
60th overall for this car.
60th.
60th.
Fantastic. And they would have started down in fact, they were the last group to start, weren't they?
They were the last group to start.
So that is a very good run through traffic.
Including a pit stop,
So
obviously.
they've probably passed something in the region of 100 cars in an hour and 45 minutes.
These are very standard looking cars and a good
Yes,
look
but
over
you
the
do buy them all ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was basically almost like a trim level of car.
But yeah, absolutely. You'll recall, John, we had a singleton entry at the Silverstone 24 Hours last year. Barwell Motorsport ran that car. And actually looking at it, it's got a near complete interior in that car. I'm not saying it's kind of leather trill with Alcantara, but certainly...
If it's not, then I'm not having one.
It has a dashboard, it has a centre console, it has all of those things. But it's designed as a clubman's racing car. It's not road legal. But yes, in the same way...
And it was never a road car.
No.
That's the other thing. It came out of BMW...
As a customer sport
as
car.
a customer racing car. And it was done in conjunction with the authorities that look after the VLN series to fit into a niche so that they could give it its own class.
Absolutely.
And so they run in their own class, both here at VLN and in the Nürburgring 24 Hours, which of course you'll also hear live here on Radio Show Limited Networks.
One other thing, a quick point to mention as well here, we are seeing some cars employing some very different strategies with pit stops. And there's 2 reasons for that. One is the one that we've already mentioned, guys, which is to actually bring the cars in when it's less busy in the pit lane. You can easily lose 5-10 seconds with congestion in the pit lane. The other one is, remember what we said at the start of the race, there are lots of crews here with drivers getting the required race distance they need to qualify for those ring licenses. Yes. And in those instances, they're perfectly happy to sacrifice a racing position to be in a position they want to be to take part in the bigger races later on in the season. So for very many of the crews, particularly the professional crews that are actually heading towards a ring racing license, they will happily sacrifice potentially even a podium position just in the quest to actually get their professional drivers cleared and through, and with that all valuable license in their hands, come the big races later this year. And meantime, we're going back down at the Dottingerhoe, and it is the lead battle again. Still the Audi ahead, but that gap has closed up with double yellows being flagged just before we get to the end of the lap. There's the TCR. That's the 802
why?
car, isn't it? Now,
double yellows and then green. Is that
it's
just
here
for the
somewhere.
slow-moving Golf? There's a green flag, Graham, just at the Tiergarten. So
something's happened that we couldn't see.
is
one
there
side or
someone
another.
off on driver's left there? Because everyone is back up to speed. We've got 11 minutes before half-time in this opening round of the 2017 VLN Series. All of the races taking place on the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
Leader in the pits, and that means the number 911 car retakes the lead of the race just before the halfway mark.
Is that car's first pit stop?
That's his second pit stop.
Right,
They were
Meeks
lightning quick in
Meeks
the
car
pits
coming
the
in,
last
yes.
time around. That's the 802 Golf we're looking at on the video stream. That was the previous TCR leading car, and indeed still leads TCR, 41st overall for the Golden Lookter GTI TCR Golf.
Very quick motor cars, those TCR cars, and relatively cost effective. Most of the manufacturers who make them also do an endurance kit for them with either a larger fuel tank or the ability to fit one, as well as things like hydraulic jacks or air jacks rather, and lamp pods, etc.
And of course, is sprint and endurance trim for these cars. And in terms of the cost of these things, they are, pretty beefy touring car racers, but compare these to, for instance, the World Touring Car Championship cars. It's less than a quarter the cost of a World Touring car.
Really?
Absolutely. I think the Citroens, it's something like 450,000 euros for those cars. Seat will do your TCR car for 90,000 euros.
On the button, ready to go.
Absolutely. Side to side here.
Oh, and that is a battle for position. BMW versus Mercedes-Benz heading. And you're right, Graham, there is a yellow flag. But I can't see double yellows, so just under the bridge. Oh, and passing under the yellow there. Passing under the yellow, that was the 8 car, and he'll have to give that back. It's driver's right.
It's a smaller hatchback.
That is the Mark II Astra that's got
been there for a while.
It's got that very weird colour scheme where it's white on the back of one side and black on the other.
But do you know what? With the Manta, with the Calibra, and with the Mark II Astra, it's like the GM Heritage Collection is out
Pit
for race,
lane for the number 8 car, coming in out of a top, well, maybe just outside the top 10 by the time it came.
13th, I think. Yeah. So that was the number 8 Haribo car of Uwe Altzen, and who else have we got in that car? It looked like it was overtaking the 46 possibly. It's Lance David Arnold and Renger van der Zande joining Uwe Altzen, and possibly pulling an overtake on Blomqvist, Tom Check, Jesse Krohn and Antonio Felix da Costa in the other Schnitzer Motorsport BMW.
Away goes the 28.
Now, yeah.
Let me quickly catch up with a few cars who've had problems. The Audi RS3 TCR car, this is the 803 car, that had a problem in the Hatzenbach. Also at the same part of the circuit, the number 970 Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport. And that, I think, brings you up to date. Oh, there's 690. Now that is the Henrici BMW, the 690, the 235 Racing Cup car. Now that had a technical problem in the vicinity of the ice curve.
28 car back out and running and back in pursuit of the lead of the race again. We'll see the pit stop cycle begin again at this point, and one of his first targets to pass on track safely was indeed the Opel Manta. Does that safely. The Kissling Motorsport car running well. We'll keep an eye and let you know where that one is in the running order in a few moments.
Is it still running under the Kissling banner, is it?
I think it still is.
Right. That car with, it's got, is it more than a trip to the moon in racing miles or
It's
something?
something completely ludicrous.
Quite extraordinary the amount of times that car, and of course has a cult following, and by that I don't mean Robert Smith always comes to, oh no, that was the Cure, sorry, wrong Rockstar reference. Hatzenbach has intervention vehicles on it, flatbed there, on driver's right in the first part of the Hatzenbach. No issues for the 28 Land Motorsport Audi coming through to the end of that part of the circuit, this serpentine early part of the Nürburgring Nordschleife is he. And we're into another slow area, and immediately the engine note drops from the 28 car as he's heading down to Hochheischen.
Number 8 back on the move after its recent stop, so that car had come in from just outside the top 10, and the order will cycle through again in a moment because this is the next burst of pit stops. So we've had 2 or 3 cars coming in for their second stops. It means that the Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus car, the SGC 003C, is up to 10th position now, just behind the 42 car from Schnitzer. The 8 machine with the green lipstick on the front of that Haribo car around the grille.
Very good.
Those grills, by the way, they don't have a tendency of popping out, but Graham and I saw one at Mugello just, I think, after a result of contact. They come out in one piece, don't
Whole
they?
thing.
They are a big thing once they end up on the track.
And they do weigh a quarter of a ton.
Well, yeah. It's all,
Turned from a piece of solid billet.
It all comes from the badge. It's worth an awful lot of cash. I hope they just pop back in again, like
But even more bizarrely,
like Tamiya kit.
when they do pop out, the front end of the Mercedes, the AMG GT3, just develops something of the look of a Mustang about it. It really does.
It's interesting.
With a gaping kind of fish-like mouth at the front of the car.
Surprised, open mouth.
International surprise look.
That's right.
So coming down to half distance in just on 5 minutes time. And we'll reset the field for you and give you the rundown at the end of this, which will be the 13th racing lap. Again, if you are just joining us, halfway through and you've only done 12 laps, yes, just remember it's a
There's been a lot of
8-minute
slow
laps. Yes, 8-minute lap when you are flat out. 8:05.481, 8 minutes 5.481, still the fastest lap of the race, and that still is in the hands of the number 911 Porsche, which was our pole sitter, having clocked a barely credible 8:01 for its pole position. Now that isn't on the full Grand Prix circuit, but even so, that is still what, somewhere in the mid 6s, 6 minutes on the Nordschleife in a car that is nominally developed from a road car. And go back, look at your history and see what the fastest ever laps of the Nordschleife are. Now there's been 1 or 2 changes, yes of course, and technology has moved along as well, but when Stefan Beloff did the run for the fastest lap, that was in what was then a state-of-the-art Le Mans, effectively a P1 car prototype, and we are getting very, very close to that in GT3 cars, which still, Graham, my little addled brain finds difficult to comprehend.
It's absolutely unbelievable. It really absolutely is. It's the increase in pace, John, the way in which technology has been focused on these cars just produces astonishing results. You put these things into the hands of a professional driver, and particularly a professional driver that knows their way around this circuit, and there's something absolutely magical about them.
Forget that I said this earlier on and pretend I'm saying this for the first time. You know that Kistling Motorsport Manta? That has got a bit of a cult following. And I don't mean Ian Asprey comes to watch it every time. I mean it has its own cult. Thank you very much, Miggins Motorsport. That was the rock star I was looking for.
Is leading his class.
Oh, is it? Excellent.
Yes, is leading its class.
Give me a chance to say that. Thank you, Graham, for digging me out of that. And to Miggins.
It's at the moment running 147th, leading class H2. Is the Manta.
It's extraordinary, isn't it?
The SP7 leader is still the 62 car, one of our many onboard cameras on the live stream, and 62 up to 26th overall. Caught a long glimpse of that car just a moment or 2 ago.
And confirmation, by the way, it was the Opel Astra GSI, the Mark II car, that had the technical issue in the vicinity of the Tiergarten, and that's the 622 car. That was some 3 or 4 minutes ago. Here's the rundown. I'll get Graham to give you a rundown in a minute or so of the top positions. Here's a couple of class positions for you. Cup 2, Porsche 911 number 101 leads by 18 seconds over the 117 car, and then the 111 car, which is the Bill Cameron and Moore car, another minute and a half or so further back. In Cup 3, Porsche GT4 Cayman is the 960 that leads from the 979 similar machine, and that is about a 7-second lead. And the third Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport in Cup 3 is 14 seconds away from the leader, and that's the 966. Minute to go to halfway, lads. Any closer on working out who's going to win? I've got to say the 911 has looked pretty good. It's not having it all its own way.
It's not.
And it's got that weird pit stop strategy. So
yeah.
Did they do the short stint at the beginning so they don't have to do a short stint at the end?
Well, let's wait and see. Certainly the 911 leads the race now and was 7 seconds ahead of the 28 at the end of that lap. But of course, that was the lap in which the number 28 car pitted. So 28 was in the lead, passed as it pitted by the 911, which leads again, as it did from the start. Then the 38's Bentley up into third position now, ahead of the number 4 Falcon Porsche. The 49 Audi in fifth, 37 BMW, that's BMW, I apologise profusely, Bentley is up to sixth
beating
position.
him with the flying B, anyone from Crew or from Malcolm Wilson.
So both Bentleys up into the top 6, and actually that will be the top 5 at the moment with that recent stop for the number 28. So both Bentleys in the top 5 just now, but clearly need to stop. Then it's number 5, the 47, the 42 BMW, the Glickenhaus now into the top 10, the 702, and the leading non-SP9 car, although as we've said, that car designed to be on SP9 pace. Beyond that, of the other leading class cars, it's the 62 Porsche GT3 Cup we talked about a little earlier, is 26th position and leading SP7, and H4 leader, the 588 car, is just outside the top 30, 31st position for them, and then that's the 101 car, just one position back, leading Cup 2, are the leading class contenders.
I did say that the stride check car is in second in Cup 1, and there were only half a second between that 344 leading and the 355. That's the family stride check outing this Saturday for the first round of the VLN for 2017 Radio Show Limited, with Johnny Palmer, Graham Goodwin and me, John Hindhaugh, able to provide you for the first time in the VLN series with international English language commentary. And a very great thanks to everyone at VLN and indeed Vega at the Nürburgring for providing us with the technology to make that happen for you. Some dry ice, it seems, going into... no, that was either blowing or sucking the radiators of that BMW. So clearly some worries about overheating. It is a gorgeous day at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It has been sunshine from the start, Johnny, and we're into the second half by about 90 seconds.
Yeah, so local time, 2 p.m, and the heat of the day well and truly with us now. Obviously, it's going to be one of the cooler races of the year in late March, but it is a beautiful day, as you say. Never quite know what sort of weather will be flung at you in the Eifel Mountains, but we're being treated well so far. The 911 car of Romain Dumas, Fred Makovici and Patrick Pilet leading by 45 seconds now over the 38 black Bentley. The number 4 Falcon Motorsports Porsche well placed in third. Fourth position is the 49 Audi then, and then the 37 Bentley in fifth makes it 2 of the big Continental GT3s in the top 5. Some gesticulation there from one of the drivers heading their way out of Tiergarten, feeling that they were slowed a little bit, maybe balked. And of course, several more glimpses of the Bilstein livery. It doesn't have a great deal of yellow on it this year, so I think we're quite right that we were trying to spot the Bilstein car earlier on. And we picked the correct car. But what of the 28 machine?
In the pits.
Yes, it has been.
In the pits.
Back out again, though, isn't it? Yeah,
Yes, he
but
left
it
the
slipped
pits.
to 15th.
Yes.
Slipped to 15th.
That's
so-
about right, though. That's
Yeah,
about
okay.
right.
But it just shows you how much a regular pit stop can cost from the race lead. Now 3 minutes off the race leader, but it was one of the earlier stoppers, so therefore we have to wait for all of this to unwind itself. 911 well
It's
placed.
9 laps, isn't it, that you normally get, 8 or 9, and you don't want to be in between that.
Yeah.
So if it's 8, that's somewhere near an hour and 6, an hour and 7 minutes for your stint. If it's 9, you're getting closer at that point to an hour and 15 minutes. And that is a big difference.
Yep,
A very big difference.
They'll be counting back here, and there's the opportunity with the length of lap that we've actually got, with the potential for a shorter stop at the end, towards the end of the race, to just even those stops out and keep the car
It's a fair
out
point.
on track when there's an opportunity with the traffic situation for them to make hay, and also to keep them out of the pits when it's at its busiest. And I think that was what was happening there with the number 28 car. The Audi guys, I have to say, generally speaking, their pit stop strategy is pretty flawless. Just looking at the 38 Bentley shows having had 2 pit stops.
Yes. I think
Just
that's right.
just pitted now.
Yes.
Fine, in which case we'll drop back.
It's
Let
still
me
being
tell
displayed
you.
in second position, but it will feed back much
Let me
further
just
down
check
than
that for you. I shall tell you
While
when
you're
it
doing
last
that, there's a
stopped.
question on Twitter from Adam. Good morning, Adam, asking about how these cars compare to the old school GT1s, and for that matter, GTEs as well. The difficulty with the comparison is that there's been so very little that has actually remained the same. What's moved forward is certainly technology with both GTE and GT3. Tyre technology has taken a leap forward.
Massively.
And what we saw, John and I saw the last time that the FIWC visited Interlagos, is the other thing that's changed that we often don't talk about, as we see the Valkenholz BMW take almost completely to the grass there, is track surface technology.
Yes.
And what we saw there, John, was GTE cars bettering times set by GT1 cars the last time we saw there, and most of that was done with a new track surface at Interlagos. We've seen a fair amount of resurfacing here at the Nordschleife, and don't discount that at all. And of course, some of the bumps have been evened out, some of the crests have been levelled out. GT1 cars, absolute beasts.
That Valkenholz BMW there, taking to the curb on driver's right, climbing the hill just before you get to the bottom of the next hill, which has the carousel on the top. You don't touch any of the curbs there. If you have been on any of the console games on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, then you will know you do not touch any of the curbs there. And he clattered the curb on the right-hand side and got the right-hand wheels airborne. He was avoiding traffic at the time. I don't think that was a mistake. I think that was absolutely required in terms of where he needed to be on the circuit. But my goodness me, it was very Larry indeed, and whoever is behind the wheel of that car, and we don't get driver details.
Although Jordan Tresson's name is against that car, I know that him to be very, very quick indeed. Matthias Henkeler, who is Finnish, and no stranger to perhaps a little bit of rally driving on occasion as well. Again, another car, the 35 Valkenholz Motorsport, only labelled with 2 drivers at the start of the race. We do know of at least one car that is doing it with just the 2 pilots. So, to my knowledge, an extra name hasn't been added to the 35, and it is right in front of the former race leader, the 28 Audi.
I was going to say, by the way, before you go on to that, he almost touched the curbs on the right-hand side, that incident you're describing, John. The right-hand curb with the left-hand wheels, he was that far wide.
No, he was very wide.
Into the pit, the leader.
Now, this is the car that stopped first in the first run, so this makes sense. I have a note, by the way, Graham. You were asking about the 37 Bentley, weren't you?
I was asking about both Bentleys. 38 cars shown as having 2 pit stops.
Right. 37 was shown as in the pits at 2 minutes past 2 local time, so that was approximately 6 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago. And the 30, I'll try and get the 37 up for you. Makoviecki out of the 911 and Romain Dumas getting in.
For his first stint of the race. So that would presumably mean we had Patrick Peele.
Peele started it.
Oh, lost wheel.
Well, it's a lost
tyre.
tyre carcass from the left-hand side of a very bright red, almost guards red, Porsche on the Grand Prix circuit, heading up to the chicane before the exit onto the Nordschleife. Looked like it was a 997.
It was in the 500s, the number.
997 class car, but not a Gen 2 car, and I don't think it was a cup car, actually.
Didn't look it.
I stand to be corrected.
It may have been 529. I thought it was 528, but we don't have a 528, so it could be 529. I'll scrabble my way through the entry list.
Johnny has the youngest eyes of all of us.
They have to keep us in a darkened room to keep our excitement level down, you see, so it's difficult to read things on a sheet.
It was the 588, you're quite
588.
correct.
Okay. I knew I was only going to be one digit out. It just depended whether it was in the units, the tens or the
Very
hundreds.
big rear spoiler. Very big diffuser on
That's
that.
the TAM racing car. That's Ralph Schall and Christopher Gerhardt.
And what was that? What model of Porsche was that?
That's
It's a 911.
Cup car.
It's a
It
G3
is.
car.
Is that what the? It looked like the diffuser was too big. Renault Clio out on the track stranded as well. That Cup car has got back in, courtesy of the fact that it was on the Grand Prix circuit and was able to come back round the pit lane. Doesn't look to be any hub damage.
That's the class-leading car, or was. Oh, good grief, that's a smashed wheel.
That looks like there may have been side-to-side contact there. Huge diffuser on the back of that car. I can't believe that's a Cup.
That is somewhat modified
Spoiler.
Cup car, I think it's fair to say. It's not running in a Porsche Cup class.
Ah, there we
It's-
go. Right,
It's
okay.
it's H4, which is
Right.
You know,
So
have a
they
look
are
at the
modified.
regulations.
Yeah.
Just a touch.
I was going to say that wasn't a legal Cup diffuser. The two schoolboys parked their push bikes underneath it there because they thought it was a bike shed.
Absolutely. Looks like they've been down to the local function venue and got one of those serving trays you get for banquets and slapped it on the back there. Absolutely massive
I've seen
piece of aero.
porticos that weren't as big as that. So, an hour and 50 to go. The 911 in for what should be its penultimate stop then, Graham. It will be back in one more time.
It will have to be in one more time. Is it going to take a short stop now or take a shorter stop?
No,
towards
I
the
think
end?
it took the 911, the
they've evened it
911
out?
did its short run at the beginning of the race, and it split the race up after that into its pit stops because it came in at just under 2 hours to go, which will mean that it will go to around about or just under an hour to go. And it's in fact opened the window a little bit for that car because I reckon they can go but just on an hour and 5 or thereabouts to do the 9 lap stints that car has been doing. So I think they've opened their window a little bit here and they can decide where they are based on traffic and what's happening in the pit lane.
Well, I mean, to a degree with VLN Racing, for all three of us, we know the cars, we know the teams, we know the track. We don't know the strategy there. This is a bit of a learning curve for all of us
For
as well.
a 4-hour race, Graham, there's not much you can do.
What you can do is to mess about with whether or not you run even stints,
Yes,
or whether or not you go. Because one thing we do know, unless there's in extremis, we're not going to go to a full course caution here. The cars are going to stay out. They've got
Correct.
that opportunity. So, bit of a learning curve here for us too, as we see that was the Falcon.
That is
wasn't
the
it?
only
The
thing they can
62
do.
car. Yeah, and I think we have seen that. We've seen them coming in with a lap or two apart, some of these cars. So this thing could get shaken up in the last 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, confirmation that was the 588 Charles Gerhardt Porsche that had problems. Now the Clio that was banged up on the Grand Prix circuit is making its way back using the Kurze Runde, the short lap, 271 car.
271 car looking rather the worse for wear. Trouble at the front left corner for that car.
Yeah, tyres down and body damage as well.
Oh, black flag for the 69. That is the Sharnowski Jodnixis Porsche. Now that car had an issue earlier on and an accident, I think. Going back through the notes, I can't. I remember Graham calling its number. So that is a car that's had problems already and a black flag. So it will have to come back into the pit lane. Something that the officials don't like.
Fifth position in SP7 is car 69.
Thank you, Johnny. I'm not sure anybody has the pace of that Montai 911, gentlemen, even with a bit of tricky strategy. And with Romain Dumas having got in, presumably Romain will take that car to the flag now and do a double stint.
Yeah, but the 911 well either couldn't or didn't pass the 28 car for more than a full lap, John. Did not get past it on the road, it only passed the 28 when the Audi actually pitted. So it followed on for, I think it was about a lap and a half. Oh dear me.
357 is the Renault Megane. Oh no! It's, oh goodness! That's how bad the front of that car is damaged, dear listener.
Yes.
I was kind of trying to look at the back end of that car and work out. It's already on the trailer in the dead car park, waiting for its crew to come and take it away. The front end, not how it came out of the Opel Performance Centre, and considerably less aerodynamic than it was when it rolled out onto the grid. The number 8 sitting where at the moment? Inside the top 30. This is a car that Uwe Altsud is listed against. Up to Adenauer Forst through the right-hander. Deceptively difficult part of the circuit. Looks really easy, that little run to the top of the hill. Certainly isn't.
Nick and Verdonk getting ready to get aboard his mounts for this race.
You've just got through the foxhole at that point, and you've sort of got your head around that and take the sigh of relief, and this looks pretty easy, but there's a couple of really technical corners there. The 62 is a little further on.
So
through the lap.
Verdonk is going to get on board the 37
Bentley,
which is leading at the moment, because the 3 cars up ahead of it, the 911 Porsche, the 4 Porsche and the 49 Audi, have all stopped. So we're waiting for the yellow and black Bentley to call from the race lead, and if the 42 Schnitzer BMW stays out, then the 42 car will take the race lead.
Been a good race so far for Bentley. They've been in the mix. They've been very pacey.
I cannot believe you've just said that. So there goes your Bentayga.
Don't somehow think I was on this one of those, or indeed anything with a B. But no. That's yes, by the way, in car on the video stream at the moment with the leading 911 GT3 Cup car, SP7. And
that's quick enough, isn't it?
That's probably quick enough for me, I have to tell you.
I have said for many years that if I had the wherewithal, a 911 Cup car, probably an iteration or two back, would be the weapon of choice for long distance racing.
Well, it gives you a little bit of a mind warping factor with thanks to my colleague Stephen Kilby. That car's, we've just been aboard that number 62 car. Its fastest lap is an 8 minutes and 39. In this race, actually the number 100 Wagenhorst BMW is the fastest man ever in VLN around, and the 37 is in the pits as we speak.
And he's not going to get out of that parking space in a hurry.
That's going to be a bit of a kind of Austin Powers type 47-point turn,
Yes.
isn't it? But in the 100 Wagenhorst BMW is Christian Krones, who broke the VLN qualifying lap record last year. They're the Dunlop Development partner in VLN, with a 7 minutes and 54 second lap. That means that car lapped this same circuit 45 seconds quicker than what we were just observing as a very quickly driven
and what was that in?
I thought they were actually taping the Bentley to the car in front of it there.
What was that that did the 7 minute?
7:54 was there's the Wagenhorst BMW. Previously, by the way, it was a 2014 record, going back to the previous record, which was 7:57. So,
and that's on this configuration, the short
this
circuit.
configuration was last year in qualifying. Christian Krones, I think, surprised everybody with what he did.
So that's
with that car.
Nearly 8 minutes. How long do we think they spend on the Grand Prix track?
It's no more than around 2 minutes around the. Oh, so it's 2 minutes on the Grand Prix track, isn't it?
So that's a 6 minute lap, isn't it? Of the Nordschleife.
It's something around that.
It's no more than a mid-6.
I will be immediately corrected by a million people on.
It's no more than a mid-6, though, is it?
No. It's,
that's
it's there and thereabouts, Group C type pace. Astonishing.
And sorry, I'm just wiping what remains of my brain that's just dribbled out of my right ear. It just doesn't bear thinking about. The very beautifully finished Bentley GT3, the number 37 car is in the pit lane, as Graham mentioned, and this with the
Still fueling.
dip dye paintwork at the rear end, with the darker colour on there, with the faded paintwork, very beautifully turned out and ready to go. It's had a new set of Yokohamas.
Do like seeing Bentleys in something other than the corporate livery, actually.
Yeah, no, it's good.
They suit these liveries really well.
The 42 BMW from Schnitzer did stay out, by the way, as did the 48 car. So that's your first and second now. 42 from 48. The Glickenhaus car, 702, made its second pit stop at the end of lap 15.
37 is underway. You can see the Glickenhaus in the pit stall behind, having pitted from third position, the Glickenhaus, and the BMW launched like a Saturn V.
So the 48 car is, of course, the Manfilter Mercedes AMG, which is now up to second position. The car with Patrick Assenheimer and Indy Donchi, with Kenneth Heyer and Bernd Schneider, a certain Bernd Schneider at the wheel of the 48 as well.
I've heard of him.
I think I have as well, yes. Has been, well, 5-time DTM champion, has been racing Mercedes for so many years now, including the brand new AMG, and has got use. I'm sure he will have been part of the development work of that car as well.
Let me do a couple of class updates for you. Class SP7, the 62 Porsche 911 GT America leads by about 1 minute and 15 seconds from the Porsche GT3 Cup MR, the 77 car. Third is another GT3 Cup car, and that is the 90 car. In SP6, the 202 911 GT3 Cup. You're getting the hang of this, aren't you? They are ahead of the Kroll and Eggemann BMW CSL E46, the 211 car, and the 201, the Bruckmann Linux Nissan 350Z, or Z, if you're listening to us in the States, is in third position in SP6. In SP3T, it's the Matsui and Gamo Lexus RC, the 307 car, that leads from the Seat Cup car. That is the 311, the Kittelman, Müller, and Heinrich car, excuse me. And in third place, the Bulen, Rademacher and Leonard's Hyundai i30, that's a 316 car. And they might as well do SP3 whilst I'm on. 270 leads. That is the Avia Racing version of the Clio Cup car. And just as I say that, the screen changes. Excuse me. Let me just scroll back down. And in second place in that class, sorry, it's refreshed, so I can't do that. My apologies.
Which class was that?
I think it was SP3. Yes, it was. There we are.
Second place is a 271 car. It's 84th
271,
position.
yeah,
Is
from the 292 car for SP3.
Sorry,
Team
things
game.
moving too quickly.
Team game.
It is a team
Indeed.
game.
And I don't want to get you too excited, but the 911 car, having made its 2 stops, has got ahead of the 28, but it's got ahead of it to the tune of 4 seconds. So somewhere around the track, the 911 car leads this race from effectively the 4 car, and the gap from 911 to 4 is 3 seconds, and then right on the boot lid of the number 4 Falcon Motorsports car is the 28 Audi. We have 3 cars leading this race absolutely together.
Right, let me just finish the classes. SP10 172, Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport MR from the 171, similar car, 35 seconds behind, and the Aston Martin Vantage V8 GT4. This is the Weber and Vasquez car. The 188 car is in third, just under 50 seconds away from the lead. In the SPA-T class, Spat 320, the Von Loos Schelhaz Dufner Porsche Cayman GT4 has just been into the pit. No, it's just had a long lap, excuse me. In TCR, it's Volkswagen Golf 802 leading Audi RS3 801, and 803 is the RS3 in third position.
Yes, nice pictures of one of the GT3 cars running a little lower down the order. This is the Landgraf entered 44 Mercedes-AMG GT3. Good-looking livery on that car.
Mainly
Simple,
white
but effective.
with blue streaks on it. Yeah,
But
sort
to
of a
give you an
dark
idea
blue
of the
streak.
depth of this SP9 field, that car at the moment is running in 33rd position, having had no delay.
Yeah, Klaus Landgraf, and then Marcus and Stefan Schmickler, the drivers in the 44. We're still waiting to see these at least 3 GT3s that are battling for the lead now, having all made their second stops and have fed back into the sequence very close to one another. But crucially, the 911 able to do during the pit stop cycle what it couldn't do out on track, which is leap ahead of the 28 Audi. And we've got Roman Dumas now at the wheel, the guy that, of course, that qualified that car this morning.
Also been looking at the Cup 5 lead battle. That car, of course, it's a Class 4, the BMW M235i. Is this their battle? Because that battle was a second apart last time around.
Correct.
And it's not much different now.
I'm indebted to T-Falk 55. The short circuit with the fast chicane that they use here, just about 90 seconds for these cars. So that 7-minute, whatever you said.
54.
7:54.
It's mid 6 minutes plus.
So take off 90 seconds from that.
But remember, you miss a bit of the Nordschleife by doing that. So there's a bit of give and take. It's somewhere around 6.5 minutes. It's an astonishingly fast lap. It's probably the kind of thing that his mother doesn't like to watch on replay.
6.5 minutes on to do the whole of the Nordschleife in a GT-based car. It's extraordinary, isn't it?
He's got a hell of a career ahead of him with Uber.
No, they'll make him sign on now as an employee. That's not going to work. So we are into the last 95 minutes of VLN1, and we're live, beautifully synced in sound and vision, thanks to our colleagues at VLN and Vega, and the battle is at turn 1. Johnny Palmer.
Yeah, well, the 4 car has got ahead of the 911 by the looks of things, so the Falcon Motorsports car able to jump ahead. We've also got one of the Schubert BMWs involved. I was trying to work out whether the 20 car, which is the Jürg Müller, Kuno Wittmer and Bruno Spengler car, was legitimately in second position, and yet that car's made its 2 stops, so it's also fighting for the race lead. And then the 28 Audi, which is just going through shop now. So blue Falcon tyres Porsche from the Dayglow yellow and green 911 Porsche. There's the 28 car.
It's the Land Motorsport Audi in its carbon, and then the carbon Bentley.
And the carbon Bentley, yes, which
38.
is car 38, has also made its 2 stops. And the 20 machine, beg pardon, that has dropped away from the protagonists in this race. So the 20 car, having made its second stop, feeds into something like 9th position now. But all these cars have completed 16 laps, as has the Schnitzer BMW at number 42. But remember, that car has only just come in now for its second stop, so that'll drop down through the order, as will the 48 as well. So we're left with the number 4 Falcon Motorsports car. If you're watching the live stream, you can see that out front now, easy to spot, and a heck of a lot easier for us commentators when they're out of the black carbon. I have to say, Martin Ragginger, Jörg Bergmeister and Lawrence Vantor, have they left Vantor to the latter stages of the race?
Well, all of these cars now, Johnny, have one more stop to do.
Yeah.
Now that 20 car has dropped away, everyone has one more stop to do, and this is where we find out in this next 90 minutes or so who has played the strategy card right. Graham's absolutely right. My point was, this being a 4-hour race, there's not much you can do. You effectively have 3 choices. You either do a short stint at the beginning and then full stints to 9 laps. Nobody's going to get more than 9 laps.
There's a run here from the Audi on the 911, just marginally held up there.
Going up
traffic.
the hill towards the start of the Foxhole, coming up in a second. So you either have your short stint at the beginning and then do absolutely full stints of 9 laps in between that all the way to the end. you start off doing your big stints, and then you have a shorter stint at the end, which means the car, obviously, when it has to refuel for less time, is probably standing still. Now, there are rules about pit stop times as well, but let's put them not put them to one side, but let's just leave them aside for the moment and not get into the machinations there. Or, as Graham rightly said, instead of always doing 9 laps on your full stop, you could break it down to 7 lap stints.
Well, broadly speaking, they've been 7 lap stints for leading cars.
Yes.
There and thereabouts.
And I think, well, no, but the lead Porsche was in very early, and he's being held up at the moment behind, ironically, a Porsche Cayman GT4 car. Now has one of the TCR Golfs to get by. That is a very good looking car. They're just heading down the hill towards the hairpin before the run to the bottom bridge at Adenauer.
That was the TCR leader, the 802 car. This time it's the 28 car's turn to be held up, this time by Porsche 911 GT. It's one of the newer GT3 Cup cars.
125, isn't it?
Yes, it is, the green, and
that's a good looking livery on that car.
it looks straight out of a slot car set.
Absolutely.
Almost a flat green with yellow racing stripes right over not right in the middle either, and different
on the sills,
different widths. That's a really nice colour. Like that a lot. So now these guys for the lead then have gone through the bridge. They're heading up towards Bergwerk. Through Bergwerk now, and climbing all the way through this set of left-handed corners, which get progressively tighter. Kesselchen
just gone at this point now, hasn't he?
That is a good handling car,
yeah.
Johnny. That really is. He was very, very committed down at the bridge, and then going up the hill now through the right-hander close to Thal, and heading up towards the bottom of the carousel. Now, if he gets a good run here and there's no traffic, he might. Oh, he had to just go offline there for a moment, going past an older BMW. And look at the ground he's lost, Johnny. He's going to be in trouble here as they get to the bottom of the hill before turning right up towards the carousel, and felt the need to defend there, the leader.
Yeah, absolutely. I fancy this is Chris Meese at the wheel of the 28 car, heading up the hill then towards the concrete carousel, and they're going to dip below the line. And if you think the rest of the track is bumpy, just try running your way through the carousel in a GT3 car. Pops its way out of that sharp left-hand hairpin, and again Roman Demar just has that little bit more traction coming out and up the steep hill towards Hoeract. So yes, lost momentum on the approach to the carousel, but again it's advantage with the Frenchman at the wheel of this Manthey Racing Porsche.
Just seems to have, from the centre out of the corner, just more grunt as well as more grip.
Remember, the 28 car has got the Bentley tucked in behind, and catching this group is another trio of Audis. Now, it's going to take a lap or two at this kind of pace for that gap to be made up. But there are 3 other Audis lapping in reasonably close contention to each other. They're catching this lead group. Up front, though, the Falcon Porsche is just gone.
Yeah. Remember, this isn't for the lead, it's for second position. With Raginger, Borgmeister and Lawrence Vantor leading the way.
Through Brunchen then, and now the run towards Flansgarden. Another set of rhythmic, snake-like turns that you have to know, because this is fast. And if you aren't committed here, you will lose a lot of time, slightly airborne for a moment or two in the pit lane. Now, the 888, which is the Mini, isn't it? Yes, it is.
388.
388,
yep.
Excuse me, which is the Mini. And that is the Nexon tyre-sponsored car. And here is that battle for second position at the end of the Flansgarden, coming to the little run across the bridge before they run into the second of the carousels, the Schwalbenschwanz. Swallow's tail. In we go.
This is going to be a drag race down the Dottinger Hurt. If he doesn't get by first, we're going to see who's got the ponies here, because this is close enough for this to be nose-to-tail stuff on the last part of this lap, John.
Through the last right-hander at the Gallows corner and onto the Dottinger Hurt. Now, there was nothing in that, Graham, as they came out of that right-hander, but the aerodynamic advantage from having the hole punched in the air by the Porsche is enough for the cars to draw side by side as they come to the top of the brow, and through has gone
2 of them.
the
Both of
Audi, and the Bentley's followed through.
And the Bentley looking to gain the same advantage on the Audi both have done with the Porsche. Couldn't quite make it stick there. We didn't see the Bentley until that move was done, but that was masterful stuff. Brilliant run through that corner.
And I don't think Dumas did anything wrong there, Johnny. He got a good entry onto the straight. It was just he was punching the air. The leader, as these 3 battling cars for second now, the leader just into the braking area for the first corner. There's nothing between them. First, second, third and fourth, all on the pit straight at the same time. Under 90 minutes to go. 1 pit stop left for those 4, and indeed for pretty much the whole of the top 20.
The Bentley with its high roof line up against the low-slung Audi R8, but nevertheless that huge car, relatively speaking, able to use a double toe, I reckon, off both the 911 Porsche and the Audi behind, and all of a sudden it popped alongside the right-hand side of Romain Dumas, and as you say, he was a sitting duck, not only to the Audi, but also to the Bentley Continental.
That Bentley in carbon black, but with a chrome Bentley grille. I like to see that the standards are being kept up there, Graham. It looks fantastic.
It's the kind of sight you wake up sweating because it's been in your rear view mirror. It's one of your nightmares. That thing at the moment just looks menacing. Love it. Absolutely love it.
Early part of the season, then first race of the year on the Nordschleife for VLN, live with the international feed for the first time, with Radio Show Limited partnering up with VLN and Vega. Oh, there was a touch there. Romain Dumas getting into the side of one of the slower cars as they went through the Schumacher S's and heading towards the Hatzenbach for their 17th time. And just got a little bit of side-by-side rubbing there. So the 28 Land Audi now with, for a moment, for all of about 15 or 20 seconds, had some clear track, Johnny, in front of what we think now is Chris Meese behind the wheel.
I reckon it is just because of the body language of the car. I might be wrong, but Christopher Meese is one of the quickest drivers in a GT3 car. It could be Conor De Filippi, who is also incredibly rapid. Marcus Winkelhock as well. So, I mean, there's such a strong lineup from Audi Sport Team Lant and the Niederdriesbach-based team. The Audi R8 LMS number 28 now finally has a little bit of clear air ahead of it. But remember, that large Bentley, the 38 car, is charging down on its haunches. The Christa Jons, Chris Brook and Jordan Pepper car.
Trying to make a bit of sense of what we're seeing on timing screens here, John, which is that the 42 and 48 are currently shown as first and second, and on the same lap.
That'll be corrected because they came in for their second stops rather late on, and
so they're going to drop.
They've fallen to 8th and 9th respectively now.
I agree.
Yeah. So I think we were probably calling the race for the lead a touch early there, but we knew it was going to evolve.
They came in at the end of that lap.
Right, absolutely right. So ragging it is, it corrects as you speak, in fact, Johnny. 9 seconds ahead of the number 28 car, the Audi. Then it's the number 38, 911. Then around 25 seconds back from that battle is the number 29 Audi. A further 20 seconds back is the 50 Audi. And another further 20 seconds back from that is the 49 Audi. So,
and those two have gone through to start their 18th
correct.
lap.
So it's Porsche, Audi, Bentley, Porsche, Audi, 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 BMW, then the first the Mercedes-Benz, and then the Nissan. That is the top 10 as things stand.
Wow. So the first Mercedes-Benz is not till 9th position.
Correct.
Wow. Well, that's very interesting. The number 9 car just heading out onto the Grand Prix circuit at the moment, sitting in 19th position. That's the Müller and Seyfarth car, and that is right in behind the number 12 red and white Porsche. Obviously one that sticks in my mind immediately. And a number of people in the pit lane watching us, watching them, watching the cars in the circuit. Shared pits, of course.
So much easier to follow endurance racing nowadays. It's a delight to be part of this, which is really a bit of a start of a new era for VLN coverage.
Well, yes,
outside of Germany.
and for Radio Show Limited, and thanks to Tim Gray, we are on the air, as well as our colleagues at VLN and Vega. Michael and his team have worked tirelessly to get us up and running, so that wherever you are in the world at the moment, you can see that number 4 Porsche is about 9 seconds ahead of the field at the moment. Then second, third and fourth very close together, 28.38 and 9.11. Then the 3 Audis together before the Nissan and the BMW in 9th place on that graphic, and the Mercedes in 10th.
Yeah, the Nissan's actually in 8th position.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ahead of the BMW, ahead of the best of the Mercedes.
Yeah,
as you
now
say,
in 10th position.
Yeah. So
This is going to be a very if this stays as it is, it's a very interesting result, and Mercedes-Benz will not be happy with this at all.
Or will they? It's very early in the season.
Well, the lightly used bags of sand have not yet been disposed of. Is that what you're saying?
It's distinctly possible. Distinctly possible.
What you don't want to do is be too quick in the early part of the season if you are looking to win the 24 hours. Now, the 101 Porsche comes through to complete its lap with the brilliant...
it's got big damage on the front of that car. On the front left, there's damage on the front of that car.
Oh, the whole of the front splitter is at a somewhat jaunty angle on what is
Absolutely.
normally a brilliantly turned out car.
That's the Cup 2 leader, the number
Now-
number 101 car.
Good news, bad news, Graham. They've got some gaffer tape on it, so that's had some that has had some attention to that damage. That's good news. Second part of the good news is the age of that car. Oh no! You see, I was going to say
That's
they
a newer
moved the
car.
radiator, but the radiators are still in the Cup cars, of course, at the sharp end of the car. In the GT Le Mans cars, in the RSRs, they moved them to the centre of the bonnet, the cargo area at the front.
That's been clunked.
He's very lucky not to have done a radiator on the left-hand front of that car. Great colour scheme, red, white and black,
Oh, yeah.
black swooshes all over that car. And the thing that I love about the 997 Cup car is that very shapely engine cover
Yes,
that it's
agreed.
got.
It's the nicest we've seen on that in terms of the overall styling look at the rear of the car. Defines that era of the car very, very well indeed.
And of course, the new for 17 cars debuted in the Porsche GT3 Cup USA by Yokohama at Sebring just a couple of weeks ago. The first time that the latest iteration of Cup cars have been on their competition debut in the US. 18 of them, extra power on that car, and surprisingly, it seems, the extra 20 odd horsepower that Porsche were claiming, perhaps a little understated, because all of the drivers that I spoke to, and I said, oh yeah, they've got an extra 20 odd horsepower, and they went, yeah, and the rest. Plus the escape hatch in the roof, there's different gearbox on those cars, slightly different aero as well. Fantastic look for the 2017 Cup car, and they of course will also form the Carrera Cup cars that chase the Formula One when they get into the European season.
On board the 28 Schubert car, struggling a bit in traffic here. One of the TCR Audis there, struggling itself with.
Oh, puts him on the grass.
And the second
goes
time
down
it's
and
done
hit the man.
it. That is the second time he's done that on this lap alone. So that's the 803.
Excuse me, Callan, how that
Audi.
was.
That is now. It's the 803 Audi, and just looking for it to see where that is in the running order and in class.
Meantime, our
Third
leader
in
is on the
class.
Grand Prix circuit, Johnny, and at the moment doing exactly what it needs to do.
Yeah. Fortunately, there's no rule in this championship that says you have to have both headlights working, because the race leader does not. Oh, I assume there isn't. With the front right headlight beaming away, but no life left in the front left. Otherwise, that's been a faultless run.
I think the batteries run out.
Maybe, yeah. Let's hope that the alternator's still working perfectly well.
Some crew that, ragging Bergmeister and Ventura. Still getting used to seeing Lance Ventura's name against a Porsche. Of course, factory driver moving across from the Four Rings of Audi, where he served all the time that I can recall his GT racing career. But he's just looking forward to the challenge. Aboard the number 28, that's the Chris Meese, Marcus Winkelhock and Conor De Filippi, and great to see young Conor De Filippi getting his chances.
Yeah, and I think he is turning into a very capable endurance driver as well. Barely a second between the Cup 1 class OPC Cup cars as they went by last time. That is the Strycek family 355, which has now got ahead of the 344 car in that battle. 24 Nismo, well, they're not 23. Who's got the number 23? This is the 8th position car, the Coronel Johnson and Strauss car.
So the gaps for the top 4 now, and to give you an idea, we've got the entire Grand Prix circuit between the second placed 28 car and the Nissan we've just been looking at, which is running 8th. So the gaps at the moment, the number 4 car has about a 6.5 second advantage over the 28 Audi. Then it's the BMW, the Bentley, another 3.5 seconds back from that. And those have put that battle has pulled away now from the number 911, which we believe has got Romain Dumas on board for another 5 seconds. So 15.5 seconds back from the leader of the race now, the number 911 Porsche.
Just wonder whether Nissan has preserved the 23 number. There isn't a 23 in this entry, but that's actually a Zach Speed Nissan.
Very good,
So
yes.
it might be that they're not allowed to have the 23.
And of course, for those that don't know, that is a little joke because the Japanese for the number 2 is Ni, and the Japanese for the number 3 is San.
Yeah.
However, 23 wouldn't be Nissan because that's not what 23 is, but it is 2-3. Hence the adoption of that number down through the years in motor racing.
So no shortage of drama, no shortage of racing action, and we've still got the pleasure of 75 minutes to go with this race. A lot can still happen. This is the almost ever-present Mercedes C230. New colour scheme, I think, for that car this year. Looks very Hankook-like, the colours on that car. Pulls to one side, allows the road racing car through.
And that man, Filter Mercedes, got up as high as second position during the pit stop cycle. It's now actually fallen to 24th place, but they left their second stop till relatively late on in the window. Hassenheimer, Donchi, Kenneth Heyer and Bernd Schneider.
I think there was a long pit stop for that car as well. That was not a standard pit stop for the 48.
Yeah, put it way down, unfortunately now. Still on the lead lap, but bear in mind the lap takes about 8 minutes and a few seconds. Best lap in the race so far. Now, recapture on that a little while ago. I reckon it's the 8:05.481 done by the 911 Porsche. Romain Dumas, Fred Makovici and Patrick Pilet. That's the Porsche that's in 4th position behind the all-black 38 Bentley, behind the all-black 28 Audi, and behind the very much two-tone blue Falcon Motorsports number 4 Porsche that leads the way after 18 laps. 18 laps completed. This is lap 19 that they're currently working.
Now we are under an hour and a quarter to go, so 1 hour 13.5 minutes. I reckon at the end of the lap that the leaders are on, they are in the window to get home from there. If you can do a 9-lap run, and we have seen, I bear in mind I haven't got the full timing screens that Mr. Trustwell would be using, just from hand, eye and an adult's brain. I believe that we have seen one 9-lap, or two cars doing a 9-lap stint, 8s and 7s have been far more the order of the day though, and that would take you down to between an hour and an hour and 5 minutes of comfortable running. Your problem is, Graham, of course, if you have to do that extra lap at the end, and we've seen this before in the 24.
Caught so many people out the final laps. Of course, you know, we're talking about a 4-hour race. Effectively, it could be 4 hours and 8 to 10 minutes for very many of these cars. So if you're marginal on fuel, well, you can't be marginal on fuel. You simply can't.
Because you won't get home.
No.
And so that is, so then sort of arguing with myself here, Johnny. That really means that you can't think about your last pit stop till somewhere about 50 to 55 minutes to go to the checkered flag, just in case the leader goes across the line with 20 seconds to go before the end of the time elapsing.
Yeah, and you would expect everyone to work to that sort of 55-minute rule, but are there going to be one or two teams who take the risk, who roll the dice and say, let's go a little bit lighter for the final stint, assuming that you don't get the extra lap? I'm sure many calculations have been done on the odds of, well, and also there'll be back timing from this point through.
Yes.
Factoring in the odd slow zone here and there, but as Graham has already pointed out, we're unlikely to go full course caution, and safety car as an ever decreasing gap is just about
How
to
close
thread
do
it.
these guys get to all of the barriers?
Yes, very
everywhere?
hard Anchor barrier and a very hard car that is getting really close to it, and thankfully the 20 BMW managed to slip through the gap.
For cat owners, it was like those times when you want the cat out the kitchen, but it wants to be in there. You're closing the door, it's getting closer and closer, it's going to get through. That was mighty close.
And at the speeds we're talking about here, 270 kilometres an hour, well over 150, 160 miles an hour and a bit.
Almost as quick as my cat, it's got to be said, with his biscuits being rattled.
An hour and 11 minutes to go.
And again,
through the little kink under the bridge at the end of the Dottinger Horde, down through the dip, the car bottoms out, brake really late. You can keep off the brakes till the left-hand part of that chicane, and if there's no traffic ahead, hammer the middle part of the curb. There's block paving on the top of that, and that's exactly what our lead car has just done with a winking right-hand headlamp. There's only one still illuminated on that Falcon Porsche. Through in second, the number 28 Land Audi, all in carbon. Chris Meese has been tweeting, so either he's given someone else his phone or he's not in the car.
6.485 is the gap at the end of lap 19, so that has stayed very steady indeed. It's increased by about 0.08 of a second, but after the 28 car found 2.6 seconds during lap 18 on the Porsche, and that gap really came down. It's remained pretty constant for lap 19, and presumably that's because the Porsche and the Audi caught a similar amount of traffic on the 19th circuit.
Just caught a glimpse of another of Porsche Cup cars under tow at the early part of the lap. So now watching the continuing efforts of the number 38, Darth Vader-like Bentley. Still under 10 seconds back on my timing and scoring screen.
That might have altered at the end of lap 19. Still waiting for the confirmation of the times during that lap to come through. Here to the 28 car, about to plunge its way back onto the Nordschleife. So close to the concrete wall and the Armco barrier they go, coming out of the left-hander, off the Grand Prix Strecke and then onto the Nordschleife proper. Big wiggle there as well from either Marcus Winkelhoff or Connor Di Filippi at the wheel of the 28 car. With Chris Meese is tweeting personally. A little bit of a feather of the throttle there, as there was a decision to be made which side of a Porsche the 28 was going to go.
End of the Hudson back for this car, coming to the right-left chicane. Again, you can ride the curb if you need to, but there was no need to there. Road narrows across another one of the bridges and then up over the rise. The Armco has been pushed back a little bit there, both sides of the racetrack.
One of a number of sections where amendments were made for safety reasons. Not really any change whatsoever to the track surface at these points. We have seen the hump, if you like, at the Flugplatz shaved
a
back.
little bit, yeah.
But
there was a new surface put on a few years ago, which did make a big difference. The whole of the circuit was resurfaced, wasn't it?
It was.
And that saw a huge change. Well, in that year, it saw a huge change at times. But Graham, I mean, we've been going to the Nordschleife since 2007, and the amount of time that's been knocked out of that by the GT GT3 cars, or by the cars at the front of the field, which for most of that time have been either genuine GT3 cars or something very close to it, as the Glickenhaus goes up the inside at turn 1 of the number 6, the blue and white Mercedes-Benz.
Is that for position? Yes, it is for position.
That was for position. The
Yes.
Glickenhaus running in its yellow colours, car off to drivers right there in between turns 2 and 3 on the Grand Prix circuit, but that has rejoined. It must have just been a quick spin. Yeah, the amount of time, Graham, that's been knocked out of this lap time is extraordinary, and even on shorter tracks like Spa and things like that, the development of GT3 cars has been extraordinary.
Well, the number we've often quoted, and I'll need to recheck it because it seems a little out of date because it's now 2 years old, is since the genesis of GT3 back in 2006-2007, round Spa, 21 seconds quicker than they used to be. And let's not forget here, John, that we had until pretty recently not just GT3 cars but GTE cars, albeit balanced. But we did have GTE machinery here as well with the Ferraris and a couple of the Porsches. Certainly Monti, you'll recall, at least on a couple of occasions, ran GT3 and GTE cars together as part of their efforts. So, yeah, the steps forward are quite amazing, and a massive engineering tribute. That's a good-looking Aston Martin with the pearlescent yellow livery for that car.
The times at the end of lap 19, by the way, for the top 3, the 4 Falcon Motorsports Porsche did an 8:11.4, the 28 Audi an 8:11.5, and the 38 Bentley an 8:11.7. That is how close and how quickly the pace is at the front of the field. The 911 car struggled on that 19th tour, doing an 8:13.9, so losing a couple of seconds on the top 3.
But behind those, Johnny, we then got a bit of a mix-up with the next couple of Audis because it was a poor lap last time around from the number 50 car, an 8:29, and they were reeled in by a full 17 seconds by the sister 49 car, which crossed the line just over 2 seconds back. So it looks like 5th position is up for grabs between the two Audis.
We're already starting to see the third pit stops being made as well, because car 29's been in already, and the Nissan number 24 from Zaxby makes its third stop.
Best lap for the Nissan, only an 8:20.
And still there in 8th.
Yeah, and still sitting in the top 10.
We'll drop back now, though, because it's in the pits.
An hour and 5 to go. Slow BMW on the Grand Prix circuit is the
478.
478 car. Looks like the suspension's collapsed on the left rear of that car. I know that they sit them down pretty low, but that looks even lower than it should be.
V4 car.
Also had some accident damage to the other side of the rear of that car.
So slammed in more ways than one.
Yes.
Running,
Slammed and dunked.
running
Sorry, Paul.
14th in V4. That's a big class, isn't it, V4? 17, at least 17 cars in that division.
What did we say there was in the 235i category? 22, wasn't
22.
it?
Yeah, in Cup 5.
I make it 18 in total in V4. So, yeah, that's slow BMW 129th overall. I'm keeping my eye out for a potential change in the class lead for Cup 2, because remember we saw that 101 car that was heavily damaged on the front left corner, and the driver of that 101 kept it out. Well, really being caught now for the second placed Cup 2 car. I wouldn't be surprised if those positions switch around on this lap.
Well, last time around, the difference in lap time was pretty profound, wasn't it? What's that, 17,
Exactly.
27, 30, almost 40 seconds difference in the lap times last time around. So the next minute or two, we should get that to update.
Coming through to complete the lap is the number 280. This is one of the GT86s, much beloved of people trying to qualify for their Nordschleife permit, which is the piece of paper you need to compete in the 24 hours, and that's why there will be a lot of unfamiliar names. Rolling through the early part of the lap through turn 3 and into the right-hander at 4.
For those who like to kind of keep an eye on some of the background stories in these races, always worth keeping an eye on the entry lists, and not just for the GT3 cars in VLN.
Yes.
One of the names I have to say I missed throughout the whole of the season before last was Nigel Moore
Yep.
in one of those Toyota GT86s. That was Nigel basically prepping himself to get back into international motorsports, into class-winning form in LMP3 and stepping up to LMP2 this year.
Who's in the 111 Porsche, Graham? What's the driver lineup for that? Is that the Bill Cameron car?
That's the car, or rather the team, that's our good friend Marino Franchitti was a part of for a couple of years.
Still listening.
Morning, Marino. That is
So
Willie Moore.
It's Willie Moore
and Bill Cameron.
And Bill Cameron, yeah. They've been running well in Cup 2.
That was
They were in the
decent
top 3.
qualifier, and let's just
Triple
see.
One are sitting in 34th position and still third in
Cup
yeah.
2,
class. Yeah.
But the thing is, the leader of Cup 2 is Ailing, the 101 car, so there may be an opportunity of getting that 111 car into second position by the end of the race.
Multicoloured Porsche 102. Is that the second place car in class?
That would be nice and neat, wouldn't it? But no, sadly.
Okay. Now, gentlemen, in the pit lane with an hour and 1.5 minutes to go, the Audi Customer Sport
And that's 28.
R8
It
28's
is
come
the
in,
28.
which is the Mies, De Filippi and Winkelhock car. Now, who is that getting?
I think that's Marcus getting out.
That would make sense, and that's might
That's
be
not
Connor.
Chris,
getting
that's not
in.
Chris Meese. Chris
No.
Meese must have been in the car at the start.
Correct.
So that's why he's tweeting from the pit box.
So
So-
the very rapid American Connor De Filippi gets in, smashing lad as well. I should say as well, and Airborne has reminded me, the permit that you need for the Nürburgring 24, as in comes the leader.
Out goes the leader.
Out goes the leader. Is required for the SP9 class, not for the slower classes. It was indeed Winkelhock out and De Filippi in. So thank you for that. Yes, my apologies. The point we were making earlier on is always good to look down the classes and see who are in some of the smaller powered cars, because there is a requirement now that you have to compete in a car with only a certain power output for your opening events and get some laps in them.
Well, fans of all sorts of social media that show videos of all sorts of things, and not least laps around the Nürburgring, will remember the mild embarrassment of Il Bamba's introduction to the Nordschleife, where under instruction from a Porsche instructor on his instruction laps during a free practice session, a Porsche came in the car, lost a wheel and was parked driver's left, I seem to remember, to allow them to get out. And when they got out, Fred Earl's rather large instructor removed his not inconsiderable weight from the car, which then sat back up and then drifted off down the track the wrong way and collected that Glickenhaus.
Yes, that's right. I remember that now. You're very good. Yeah, I think it's a really sensible idea. It's not, again, many people have come to know and love this track from playing video games like Gran Turismo. It's not unlike that, isn't it? You start in the Sunday Cup with your hotted up Lupo, and you have to do your driving licenses through it to be able to get through into the other big events. Well, very much in that vein, it is a qualification that is required. Remember Johnny O'Connell in a Renault Clio a few years ago had to go and do his rookie test as well.
I think he was doing that just because he was enjoying it, though. He did it with his friends.
He's desperate to come back. Is Johnny O.
Closing
Spoke
up,
to
by the
him
way.
at the Rolex. We were doing a job together for Cadillac. Right, battles on the field. Battles on the circuit, should I say. Under an hour to go now, gentlemen. And this is where the pit stop strategy is going to pay out. We've seen then the leading car return to the fray, Graham, but it will not have held the lead, will it?
It didn't hold the lead. Coming through was the Bentley once again, but it's the other Bentley, I think, this time, because we had, I think, both Bentleys led this race. I have a feeling the yellow Bentley may have led for a lap. But
Yeah,
certainly
37 certainly led. It's 38 led.
Yeah, 38 leads
It
now.
in indeed. Yes, just correct
So-
my lap chart. Yeah, so 38 out front. Who else didn't stop at the end of lap
Dumas did
20?
not stop.
The 911 car did not.
So it goes
Nor
through.
did the 49 Audi. And the number 5 Audi has stayed out as well. So we lose an Audi from second position, gain a Bentley, in fact, effectively leading this race. That's not a move for position, by the way, because 36 Z4 sadly way down the order after earlier difficulties. But the Rowe Racing BMW M6 minus the rear bumper, and they've tidied that up, haven't they, during the last pit
They
stop?
certainly
I think.
have.
So they've pulled out.
Is it just me who thinks it's incongruous when they go past an i20 Hyundai? It's you know, they're so flat and the Hyundai's so tall.
Absolutely,
It's just,
flat and tall. They're the two styling changes you need to see. And there you go, BMW generations there. The two trouble again of another of the Porsche Cup cars.
and another left rear. This is the
Nick
Jan
Jaminet.
and Jaminet car.
Jaminet, a name to watch in the future.
Yes.
You've been talking about
Now,
Jaminet for a wee while, haven't you?
this is the second placed Cup 2 car, the one that was catching the 101 that was heavily damaged on the front left corner.
So hang on.
He's got so close to it, and
So Willie. So
I don't think he's got through. He's never once been listed as above the 101 car, and he's still behind it, and now obviously losing ground.
and in fact, he's lost second place because the 111 car has gone through.
Yes. So the 111 car, we were talking about that a short while ago,
It's the Willie Moore and Bill Cameron car.
could win the class, because that's doing 858s, and the last time around the 101 car came in for a stop.
They both did. It was a much slower stop for the 111 car. It was a longer lap for Willie Moore. 11:15 I've got as their last timed lap against a 10:30, both of which look to me like pit stop laps.
Well, this is not over in that Porsche Cup class, and not over for the lead either. If you are just joining us, you are in for the denouement of the first round of VLN for 2017, live across the globe, with the action coming to you free and without interruption, thanks to the VLN, the technology of Vega and Radio Show Limited, all working together in a perfect partnership to bring you sound and vision synchronized. And this has been really interesting for me to see, gentlemen, the difference in how the cars go, how the teams rather go about what is actually a very short race here, just 4 hours, Graham. The preparation is the same, the bonkers racing is the same. I'm just getting warmed up now, and I've realised we've only got 54 minutes to go.
Well, the strange thing is, you're right, it feels like a sprint race. Because of the length of lap, it feels like a sprint race. It is 4 hours long. We've had more than 3 hours of action, but it has felt like it's been a sprint. They clearly are sprinting, but it doesn't feel as long as even 4 hours, this race. Fascinating stuff.
And the answer to Matt Guest's question that he has just, and by the way, he tweets as Stiffy Van Dormira, which is fantastic. I dare say an original one. The answer is no. And the question was, is there anything cooler than a bare carbon Audi R8? And you know where that came from, though? If you put Stoffel Van Dorn into
Google Translate.
into anything that has a spell chocker, that's what it threw out, and we giggled for a lot about that. Hello to Bentley Motorsport, who are listening in as well. Whichever manufacturer you follow here, this is boiling up nicely, as in
911.
comes the 911. So that was Romain Dumas in the car, wasn't it?
It was Romain Dumas in the car. I think I just spotted, not that, I think I just spotted one of the saddest things I've seen. I'm pretty certain I saw the Calibra being pushed beyond the barrier.
Which has already had, to a certain extent, woes in this race, hasn't it? With was it an oil?
Oil pressure in the
Oil pressure.
gearbox.
It's never happened before with the 1980s, 1990s Opel.
38 Bentley in, and again right in front of the 911 Porsche.
Romain Dumas.
Oh, stop and go. Stop and go for the 28 Audi.
What's that for?
That is a pit stop infraction, and they're asking them to come in next time around.
well
for that.
Okay, so the 28, which was charging on during the last stint and catching up at certain points with the number 4 Porsche, you can kind of take that out of the mix now, probably for a podium. So the 38 car, we're still not sure. Did the Bentley pit?
Yes, it did.
38's in there now.
Fine. So the Bentley's pitting,
Sitting
and
right
the
in front.
911 as well.
It's sitting right in front. The 12's in as well, Johnny.
49. That presumably came in
49.
too.
The red and white Aston's in, which we haven't mentioned, but that is another one of the very stock-looking Aston V8.
There goes the leader.
And there's the leader going through.
Just as the Avia-backed 188 Aston Martin comes through. That's becoming a very familiar sight on the Nürburgring, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
On the customer cars. There is the leading number 4 Falcon Motorsport car.
What a run it has been
Fantastic.
for Falcon. And there is the bright yellow and green 911 going round the first corner now.
And that's the gap. That's the gap. It's the whole Mercedes-Benz arena.
It's good news, bad news. He dropped out into clear air but had 2 slower cars ahead, including a GT86. The Bentley is rolling as well, and he is a little bit further back from the 911.
He's dropped behind the 911 then.
Well.
There's the 101, by the way, with the Elvis-looking front end.
Yeah, the 111 is that Willie Green and Bill Cameron car, still in second place in its class, but with an ailing leader. Right, it was the stop and go is for not having the minimum time in the pit stop.
Oh dear. That's not a very Audi-like mistake.
Dear, dear.
And the minimum time will be presumably time from the pit-in timing being to the pit-out timing being. So there is a little bit of calculation required there in terms of how long you keep the car stationary on the apron for, and then it's down to the guy on the stopwatch to release the car with enough time as insurance as it crosses the beam at the end. You can do it within, well, 1,000th of a second if necessary. Often it's wise to build in a couple of tenths, but obviously the 28 car has been released too quickly. And are all 3 stops done to a minimum pit stop time then? Or you can do a quick one, I think I was hearing from you guys earlier on. So there are restrictions during some of the stops at the very least. And the 28 car, which had a strong chance of winning this race, is going to be way down now.
A drive through here, or stop and hold, well, it's drive to the end of the pit lane, stop and then start. It's not stop and hold for any amount of time, so it literally is a stop and go for once. That is the correct terminology. It's not that long of a pit lane, and you come straight in off the end of the Tiergarten and you join in the braking area for turn 1. You don't lose a lot, but I would think at this stage, with under 50 minutes to go, 50-50, that is going to be significant for that Land Motorsport Audi. What I can't tell you, by the way, is how much they broke out the bracket by. Unfortunately.
62, still the SP7 leading car, comes past the pretty green and yellow Porsche again.
And they have got the Gigaspeed guys using all of the Gigaspeed technology to have their drivers wired up for stress, their stress levels, and being monitored, all being part of the program that in the last few years in the Nordschleife. A very interesting tech to do that. And I was talking to Ricky Taylor as well, the Cadillac Works GM driver, and he and his brother Jordan swallowed what effectively were smart chips, RFID chips, in the middle of whilst they were in a race, so that their internal temperatures and various other things could be monitored. And yes, somebody did have to retrieve them afterwards.
So many jokes, so little time.
I know. That's why I left it till now, Graham. But really interesting to see. You know, there are still people who I'm sure all of us meet, and many of you watching and listening, who don't think that racing drivers are athletes. And these are the sort of stats now that we're finding about how long and how high the pulse rates are and for how long, how much body mass they are losing during a race. Quite extraordinary stuff. Inside the last 47 minutes now, Johnny Palmer with John Hindhaugh and Graham Goodwin. Johnny?
There has been a place change, by the way, for the two cars concentrating on the Team Black Falcon car, Black Falcon by name, but it's very much a white Mercedes AMG that has got by the Arabo Mercedes. So the Maro Engel, Adam Christodoulou, Manuel Metzger and Jelmer Berman crew that, well, certainly some of those won the Nürburgring 24. I'm trying to think whether that was exactly the driver combination that came out with the win last year. Metzger, an absolute superstar though, still only 30 years old and has done quite a bit of touring car racing, but becoming really established as a GT3 fast racing car driver these days. And the 6 getting ahead of the 8 to trying to repay the favour now at the start, the early part of this lap. Uwe Altsen, Lance David Arnold and Renger van der Zander's car.
Last time around, the TCR leader, which is the Golf number 802, inside the top 40 with a bullet at 35, not off, and clocking its best lap time of the race at an 8:55 on a front-wheel drive car that is you can buy for 100,000 euros ready to go. Extraordinary good value, that race car. Don't get me wrong, I just don't think it's the sort of money that people have down the back of their sofas, but in motor racing terms, that is good value. 45 minutes on the nosy to go, and inside the window now for the last pit stops. How is this going to shake out?
The 28's done its stop go, by the way, so it's come in for a 4th time. The 49 Audi interestingly stayed out, so the race leader currently is the 49 Audi R8 LMS. That's the one with Marcel Fessler, Robin Freins and Rene Rast driving it. And while this is the 6 versus the 8, overlapping slower traffic. Mercedes AMG against Mercedes AMG, and the 8 car jinked out of line there, thinking it was going to overtake, and there were yellow flags.
Correct. Car at the left-hand side and a slow-moving Aston Martin.
Oh no!
No, that's a different car. It was a slow-moving Cayman because that's on the Dottie Gahor, and it is the Vantage, the V12 Aston Vantage S, and that is another left rear puncture, gentlemen. There is somewhere on this circuit where people are taking liberties with curbs that is cutting tyres.
Or cambers, perhaps, but yes.
Well, yes, there might be outside of the suggested range.
It might. You may well be right that it's slapping large curbs far too often.
Just stay off the curbs, really. It's an endurance race. Down towards the bridge then, about halfway around the lap, and these two battling Mercedes-Benz climb out through the right-hander. They're heading towards Bergwerk now.
To answer a question, by the way, sorry, I've been making notes about something else. It's not quite last year's winning crew. Jelmer Berman raced last year in the Nürburgring 24 Hours, and it's Bert Schneider in that car this weekend on the entry.
Yes, okay.
But the other 3 drivers are indeed the defending champions for the Nürburgring 24 Hours.
Climbing the hill then with this Mercedes-Benz battle as they head up through Kesselchen. That super quick right-hander at Klostertal, having to stay off the curbs there. The Bentley now coming through to the end of the lap at Tiergarten. Traffic ahead.
Bentley coming through.
Yeah, over the line, and it has made its 3rd stop. We're expecting...
So they're good to the end. They should be fueled to the end.
We're expecting the 49 Audi to come in this time. There's your race leader for Falcon Motorsports, heading into the hairpin at the bottom of the Grand Prix circuit in this configuration. The ranking
halfway down the Grand Prix circuit, yes.
Yes. You go a lot further down, and it really is downhill to that bottom,
massively.
the hairpin right at the bottom. but that's the only shortcut we're making this weekend. Otherwise, it is pretty much the full Nordschleife. No Haug Hook this weekend, so the full Mercedes arena. That adds a little bit more to the lap time.
I like that. I like that configuration.
I mean, spectators in that large grandstand, in the Mercedes arena grandstand, get a much
You
longer
see the car
view.
for longer.
Oh, they do.
Precisely, yeah.
Very much so. It's a great view from up there. And
Joe Bradley was there for the WEC a couple of 3 years ago when we were on our way to do that race and then to do the Barcelona 24. And we had driven down in the Giulietta, the Quadrifoglio. And he sat there with the German fans for the WEC, thoroughly enjoyed himself, and that was a really good place to look. And the grandstands are open today.
they're open,
up the front straight.
Yeah, the way it works is it's pretty cheap to get into a VLN race. It's even cheaper if you're out actually in the forest because they don't charge, of course.
I did see as well that they were doing a family ticket for something ridiculous, like I think €18.
It's ludicrous. It's fantastic value.
And there seemed to have been a decent crowd there. Not Nürburgring 24, of course, levels, but the good weather will have brought people down here. The potential for the track to be opened later on today, maybe for a tourist lap or two. That might have brought people down. Through Schwalbenschwanz then for the number 8 Mercedes-Benz. Heading to the last two right-handers before the Dottiger Höhe. And traffic. Never mind Gran Turismo, it's like Outrun, isn't it? Just sliding between.
Threaded a needle there.
Up to VMAX here, somewhere close to or perhaps even over 270 kilometres an hour for the GT3 cars. And then the bridge, as you come to the bridge, you don't even really turn the steering wheel here. All you do is look towards the apex and then beyond it, and the car follows you.
This is scary quick here.
He still hasn't braked yet, Graham.
No.
Now he brakes into the Tiergarten. The first little kink, you're still flat on the throttle, and you use the hill to slow you down. Almost
Really?
hits one of the slower cars at the end of the Tiergarten as he comes back on the Grand Prix and the circuit in the front straight under the BMW bridge. Down into the first corner, Graham. The track comes in at you from the right-hand side. It's really deceptive. You're braking downhill, the track's falling away, and somehow you've got to get somewhere near the apex, which the Mercedes-Benz number 6 ahead did not do. Now into the longer part of the Mercedes-Benz arena section, which is where they park some of the support races in the 24-hour weekend, and that Merc ahead is really struggling for
it's
grip.
for position as well. This is for 19th position. Just to explain how that happened there with the number 8 car nearly collecting or being collected by one of the Toyota GT86s. If you watch as the cars came down the start-finish straight, the slower cars pulling over to the left-hand side to give room for anybody that's quicker coming through, and the Mercedes ahead had gone by the Toyota. Toyota was moving to its position for the end of the lap, beginning of the next lap, and just had not seen the Aribo car behind, and that was another of those closing gaps that just you breathe in, don't you? It's a big gasping moment.
Massively.
I wouldn't be surprised if this were Maro Engel in the white Mercedes and Renger van der Zande maybe at the wheel of the 8.
Renger van der Zande is apparently how you meant to say it.
Renger van der Zande. They would sensibly, I think, leave those two drivers to the final stint. I could be wrong, but this is sadly for these guys, a position quite a way further down the order than they would have wished. That
17th.
17th. The Mercedes AMG, for whatever reason, just not on the pace this weekend. That could be entirely deliberate.
End of the Hatson back, and again a big dive down the inside for the number 8 Mercedes-Benz. The Aribo racing team had their bear mascot on the starting grid some 3.5 hours ago, and Masters had coming up with small gelatin flavoured sweets of composition of sweets in various shapes, sizes, including an Olaf Mantai.
They did.
Time.
I've still got somewhere an Olaf Mantai Aribo. Just doesn't feel right to eat it somehow.
Did it have the full beard or the shorter beard?
Excellent.
And they've done cars for quite a number of years. I wonder, they've done Porsches before. They'll have to do a Mercedes now, won't they?
Yeah, well, you know, it does make Olaf look like slightly like a benign Karl Marx, it has to be said. If Karl Marx was actually bright green.
Through into the foxhole, one of the most frightening of many frightening places on the Nordschleife as they dive down the pit lane, down the foxhole, should I say.
Reliably informed by Tim Gray that he also did a Jason Plato one. Somehow wasn't quite as popular, but never mind.
Oh, really?
They did a Matt Neal one briefly, but they can't put them both in the same packet.
The 49 car has now slipped out of the top 3, so 28, having done its 4th pit stop. Remember, that was the stop go for the Audi from Team Lant. I reckon that's fed back in something like 4th position, waiting for confirmation on that at the end of lap 23. But the 4 car leads from now the 911 and the 38 Bentley, and it might not all be disastrous for the 28 car. Could it still be on for a podium? Problem is, it's still got only now got just less than 36 minutes to go, so not a great deal of time to try and catch that ground lost after a stop-go penalty. There's still no change in the order between these two Mercedes.
Not for the want of trying, though, Johnny, as they're back on the Nordschleife through the first hairpin on the Hatzenbach, and through the hairpin before going down to the bridge. Across the bridge now, and there's other traffic around them and some quick cars as well. That's the issue, of course, trying to find the right spot to pass the right car. Coming up to Bergwerk, starting to climb at this point. Bergwerk, look for the curb on the left. Leave your braking super late, leave your turn in even later. Use all the road on the exit on the left-hand side and then start climbing the hill. A set of left-handers. They get progressively tighter. No need to get the apex on the first 3, but on the 4th one, you've got to get it right because it tightens up on the exit of it. Close to Tal, the right-hander is absolutely flat, but you can't use curb because there's grass on the other side of it. They're almost side by side as they feed back to the left-hander, and they've got more traffic. Curbs are very high here. Can't afford to use them. They unsettle the cars. They come to the base of the hill before the climb to the carousel. And traffic right there.
So the gaps in that top 5, well, 4 cars now within 30 seconds for the lead. 4
First
from
to
49.
second is 9.5 seconds.
6.2. It says here.
No, it's extended to 9.4
9.4 now. Okay. And then behind that, at the completion of the last lap, this car was...
Actually,
that's changed.
Well, the 49's pitted, so that's now out of the equation. The 911 was 11.7 seconds.
So it's closing, sorry.
It's actually closing, yeah, that's my error, sorry. So at the end of lap 22, it was 11.7. End of lap 23, it's now 9.6. So it is coming down. Question is, are there enough laps left? Is there enough time left for the 911 car to close in on the 4?
The gap in Cup 2, by the way, that number 101 Porsche, that's the Schaffner-Clarson car, 2 minutes 15 ahead of the Willie Moore and Bill Cameron Porsche, the 111, and they are a full lap ahead of third, which is now the 125 car.
And despite that damage, by the way, lap time is more or less identical between the first and second cars in that class.
In Cup 1, the Strycek family Opel, the 355 car, still leads. Is the Manta still leading? Volker Strycek could lose, could win 2 classes here this afternoon.
That's
one with
the first time.
The family. More problems for an Opel Astra GSI. That's the 622 car with a technical issue at Swedenkreuz, which is, in fact, it's parked up there now, which is the second of the carousels.
So, whoever's at the wheel of the 911, who do we put behind the wheel of the 911? Just done the fastest lap of the race on lap 23, an 8:04.554. That's the reason why the gap's come down to 9.5 seconds now.
The number 24 Nissan is being lapped by this battle. No, hang on, it's not being lapped by that battle. That is the battle, isn't it? They're on the same lap.
15th position
which
now.
is why they don't want to give it up. The first of the Mercedes that we've been watching has got through. coming to the last couple of right-handers before you hit the Dottinger Hurt, and there was side by side, almost, and I'm not sure if I said this, side by side through Flansgarden. I mean, it's not something you see a lot of. Nissan's got a bit of poke down the front there, down the long straight.
Always has had, just a tad there, pulling away from the Mercedes-Benz without shadow of a doubt.
It is pulling away, isn't it? Godzilla booming its way down the Dottinger Hurt. So any hope of slipstreaming that high roofline GTR are gone as the Z4 peels away and makes another stop. Car number 36. Meanwhile, the 48-man filter Mercedes turning right. That's in 12th position now, which is slightly more healthy than when we last checked. So just at, in fact, 11th position. So gained another spot since the previous lap around.
Just confirming that the leader in H2 is indeed the 617 Opel Manta.
Patrick Pilet is behind the wheel of the 911. And
so back aboard.
Yeah.
Okay, started the race and ends the race in the 911.
Yeah, all right. I'll buy that for $1.
Has just done an 8:04.554.
He can add that at the moment to the fastest lap of the race that he got in GTLM at Sebring.
Going through a swathe of fastest laps. Can anybody beat that in the remaining 30 minutes and 22 seconds? The 4 Porsche leading the way by a smidge over 9 seconds from Patrick Pilet in the 911, and the Bentley number 38, the all-black Continental, is in 3rd spot, with then the 28 Audi, despite it making 4 stops. Yeah, it's in 4th position, and last time around did an 8:14.7, but that's almost a full minute behind the race leader, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, the stop-go.
No, in fact, behind the Bentley, that is. So it's cost it a minute and something.
Stop-go for that car took it out of the challenge for the lead. It was in with a chance to that point. Its final scheduled pit stop underneath the mandatory time spent in the pit lane.
A bit of an update on one of the cars.
Half an hour to go, by the way, Griff.
Yeah, we mentioned at the start of the race, the BMW 235, not one of the Cup 5 cars, for Alex Lynn and Will Stevens. That car has been in the pits for a long time, way down the order, about 151st position, I'm afraid, for what is still the second place car in SP8T, albeit that's a small class.
And the issue with that is that they need to get their laps in, because it's all about how many laps you get in during race conditions for those drivers to help you with your permit.
Yeah, absolutely right. And we'll have a quick look and see how many laps that car has done. 23 laps for the leader.
Another issue out on the circuit, and it looks like another left rear problem for a BMW, and there's a couple of there's a car off as well that's getting some attention, and that was where on the circuit. I reckon that was heading.
They've run down to Arenberg.
Yeah,
the
maybe.
Left and right.
While we're looking at that, the answer for the Lynn-Stevens combo is that the car is 15 laps down on the leader, which means that there has been enough time for potentially both drivers to get a stint in. But those cars run longer.
I can't remember what the regs are about how many laps you've got to get it in the race when you're the rookie. 801 Audi RS3, is that... how's that doing in the TCR category? That'll be second, is it? Or further down? It's third in the TCR. Still being led by the Golf, which is well inside the top 40. And now into 34th position. 8:55, that car's fastest time. That is extraordinary, Graham, isn't it? And the cars around it, all the cars around it, bar one, have got faster lap. Even some of the cars behind it have got faster lap times.
It's as TCR class continues rather to mature. What are we going to be talking about the Nürburgring 24 hours with these cars? That could be very interesting indeed. One of the things I know we all love about
very user friendly
is watching some of these non-SP9 cars through the race, the longer races, rising up the order.
Yep.
Who's to say that it's what we've seen from the Cup cars, etc., that we won't see a TCR car well up
Well, on that basis, Graham, one might expect that car to get on our, our fabled first timing screen.
I wouldn't bet against it. If you can keep the car that quick and reliable, and more to the point, out of the pits, that could be a very interesting 24 hours to come with, as I say, the more potentially many more TCR cars, more variety. It's picking up fans, isn't it? Crosses the line to complete lap 24. Comes the monocled almost, with one light showing.
It was
one headlight
flashing
showing.
both lights not so very long ago, and I thought they'd fixed it when it was in the pit lane.
It's an 80. No, it's not. 8:06 was last time around, wasn't it? Waiting for the timing to. Through now comes the 911. That's your 1-2. Towards the end of the Dottinger, here comes the 38 Bentley. So the 38 Bentley now is the length of the pit straight and all of the track section beyond Dottinger her behind the second place car.
Falcon's time an 8:22.1, and it'll take a little while longer for Patrick Pilet's time to come in. We know last time he did an 8:04. If he gets anywhere close to that, that'll be a bit more time picked off.
Well, and the lap before the one he just completed, Martin Rangan did his fastest lap of the race, which was an 8:068.
Yeah.
So he's feeling the pressure.
Yes, but they both may have caught the circuit at a good time, as
Yes.
there wasn't a great deal of traffic during that lap, whereas an 8:22 is maybe more representative of still the amount of cars that circulate this place.
18 seconds can disappear around here in the, sorry, I was going to say in the blink of an eye. Obviously, that means you would have your eyes closed for a very long time. But you know what I mean, that it adds up very quickly if you've just got to get off the throttle, can't use the optimum racing line, maybe go down an extra gear.
Was that the 50 getting ahead of
It's
28?
all three. It's the three. No, it's 28, 50, and 49 together
Absolutely
again.
together, the
right.
three black cars.
But it's actually 29, isn't it? It's 28, 29, and 50.
Yeah.
Which is nice because they're in ascending numerical order, which is, the kind of
But 29's not on the same lap, is
No,
it?
it's not.
It's way down.
I'm trying to work out now how many laps the 29 has completed, but it's had a troubled run, hasn't it? 46th position.
It is,
Last
yeah.
time we checked.
21, 22 laps now complete, so 2 laps off the lead. That's a long pit stop.
And it's not exactly looking as it did when it came out of Audi Sport at Neustadt.
My timing is frozen. I can't give you a lap time at the moment for the number 911.
The 29, by the way, is the Christopher Haase and Pierre Caffer Audi.
Is Kaffer in that car for the 24 years, isn't he?
I would imagine so.
Trying to think that
You
Land, with their recent record and now competing in multiple championships, they were at Sebring and Mugello, of course.
Yes,
Almost
Dubai last year.
Almost had double podiums. They led the most race laps in a very competitive GT Daytona field in the Rolex 24 Daytona. Well over 100 laps led there, and when pretty much everybody led at one stage. Certainly, I think the stat was that 7 of the 9 manufacturers led, and all of them were in second place at one stage.
Now the answer on the lap time, by the way, from the number 911 car, drop time there. That would have been yellow flags, I'm sure, for
Yes.
both the cars, but dropped 3 seconds to the leader, so 12.5 seconds the gap, with the Bentley dropping much more than that, another 26 seconds further back in terms of lap time, and drops the Bentley to 44 seconds off second place and 56 seconds off the lead. So must have caught a yellow flag period after the 2 Porsches had passed.
Got through, yes.
And this is the 28 car, only now completing the... No, beg your pardon.
That's
It's
the 8.
It's
Yeah,
the 8
that's
car.
the 8.
That makes much more sense in my head. So the 8 car now completing lap 24. And it has got ahead, therefore, of the Nissan, number 24. But I don't think it has yet got back in front of the 6.
It hasn't. I
No.
just had a brief glimpse of a white and blue car disappearing stage left as we switch to a wider view, and you'll see that, I'm sure, in a moment.
So, gentlemen, as we move into the last 22 minutes, as the 12th place Mercedes-Benz now comes through and onto the Grand Prix circuit, what have we made of our first opportunity to sit and talk about the VLN, Graham?
Love it. Love everything about it. Absolutely everything about it. It's every one of everybody's favourite tracks in the world. It's got a fantastic mix of cars, which means that the traffic is fascinating. There's some great class battles. The racing at the front is stunning. It's superb. The one thing we've not yet got in this first race of the year is, I think, a true picture of absolute pace from all of the factories.
Oh.
I am deeply suspicious about the pace of the Mercedes-Benz.
Or the lack thereof.
Correct.
Yes. Johnny, great weather,
Yeah.
decent crowd, good battles at the front. Very different in terms of the atmosphere, or the character, should I say, of the race from what we're used to seeing slowly developing. Yellow flags out in the hats and back again. Slowly developing in the 24 hours. This has all been, right, that's it, come on, let's get on with it. And, you know, barely any time for us to sort of sit and think and work out what people are doing. But I kind of like the fact that it is so different.
Yeah, I mean, I quite enjoy the fact that it's a Saturday event. You get there, you can get there nice and early to witness qualifying. Race is off reasonably early at midday local time, through till 4 o'clock, and by 5 o'clock, you know, you watch the podium ceremony, and then you can be back on the road again and home for tea, if you like. So and obviously we get 9 of these through the year, so lots more to look forward to. But if you're a car fan, you know, you could get to this point of the race and still be spotting new cars that you hadn't yet seen around the track. And
Almost certainly.
and you know, just with the program in hand, sort of ticking them off and going, oh, what's that one? Oh, I haven't seen that before. And what class is that in? It's fascinating for a car fan. It's fascinating for the racing fan. Plus, and I haven't even started to talk about the circuit yet. You know, every element is enjoyable for me.
I saw somebody earlier on tweeting a lot of Twitter stuff, and I've got through as much as I can, and I'm reading it as we go along, not able to mention everything that comes into at Specutainment or at Radio Le Mans, of course. But there's a lot of interaction going on between the fans in different parts of the world, and people who have been to the track. Somebody earlier on saying, well, we go on the grid, and then as the race develops, we start walking around the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely.
And see it from different places as you move along from, you know, one corner to another, one viewing area to another. There's the opportunity to do that, Graham.
And right now, what you can do, if you're lucky enough, as increasing numbers of people are, to have a generous data plan on your mobile device, you can go and watch Trackside and listen to us talking about it.
Oh, well, that is a good point, yes.
And, you know, there's nothing I've seen here that, to be blunt, John, makes me want to do anything other than ask you for one of these races off so go and watch it trackside.
Yeah.
You know, it just looks great. It's exactly what I hoped the VLN would be like sitting in the chair that I'm sitting in. It's, you know, we got the potential for this race in the next 20 minutes or so to be pretty close at the end here. And this is very early days in a critical season for very many of these teams. It's only getting more hard fought between the big German factories in particular.
On the Nordschleife, the 24th placed BMW is the number 20, ahead of it with yellow flags waving on the hats and back, so not able to overtake the GT3 Cup car, the Porsche ahead, but the Porsche beyond that, the red and white car, the 12, is that for position, Johnny?
It will be, yeah.
Yeah.
Last time around, the 20 and the 12 were separated by a couple of other cars, but I think things have concertinaed up there. And the 20 car pursuing the 12. Marcus Paltler, therefore, presumably has slipped
So
behind. Or the 98 car has, at the very least.
So somewhere at the bottom end of the top 20 this, or just into the early parts of the 20s, depending on who's gone up and who's gone down. Course vehicle being passed, one of the new breed of pickups, the venerable bright red Jeeps that used to be
Dodge
around,
Ram,
the old Jeep Cherokees have
Yes,
seemingly been retired and been replaced with a fleet of Dodge Rams, of which that was one with a flame paint job on it as a rescue vehicle, intervention vehicle. So the leader still, the number 4 Falcon Porsche, has had the pace on the Grand Prix circuit at the moment, has had the pace. The 911 has... No, that wasn't. Someone tell me that was the 911 right behind. That must be the other car that looks...
It was the 609.
Yeah, I think it is the 609. There are two cars.
It was.
It
down
was
to
not.
2.9 seconds is the gap now between the 4 and the 911.
I'm trying
You
to...
said it was going to be close, Graham.
I was trying to talk myself
hang on. There he goes. Wow.
I was trying to talk myself out of it. That's not the 9. It can't be the 911. It's the 609. Oh, no, it isn't. And once again, the Nürburgring delivers the longest circuit that we watch racing on anywhere in the world in our motor racing year here at Radio Show Limiters. And how many times have major positions and even race victories here that we've talked about come down to mere feet and handfuls or fractions of seconds at the end of the race. The 3 Audi train go through and complete their lap. 15 minutes to go.
Absolutely. It was an 8:38.9 last time through for the 911 and 8:48.5. Johnny's absolutely right for the number 4. Wow, wow, wow. Now,
for me, both of those laps are still caution
They are.
affected, but it's almost as if one of the cautions came to an end before the 911 got to it.
all it needs to be is that you catch one of those cautions in traffic and get it with 3 or 4
point,
cars in
actually,
front
yeah.
of you.
Somebody
getting back up to speed.
overslows or somebody doesn't speed up quickly
There's
enough.
3-4 seconds gone the next corner right there.
Question here from Josh Barrett, and I don't know the answer to that. Well, I think I do, but I'm going to look to the experts here. Has a Bentley ever been on a podium at the Nürburgring before?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm not going to look that up because I know that Rebecca from Bentley Motorsport is listening in. She'll know immediately. I'm absolutely certain of it. Let us know, Bex, and we'll give that fabulous brand yet another pat on the back for what's been a fantastic run so far this weekend.
The pickup truck of which we spoke a moment or two ago with the flames is the fire engine. Of course it is. That is brilliant. In for a last pit stop, the number 44 Landgraf Schmickler and Schmickler Mercedes-Benz. This is the very simply liveried car with white, blue and grey on it, sitting just inside the top 30 when it came in.
And just behind, actually, the SP7 leading car, which is gradually rising up the order, 28th overall now. And there we've got, this is the pass, this is the 8 car going past the 6.
And this is on the Dottinger, just coming up to the kink where the bridge is, that tiny little deviation to the left. And that 12 seconds has then, in the last lap, disappeared. And the Aribo Mercedes-Benz has gone up a position as he tears into the Tiergarten and dives underneath a GT86. And that was 11th position, changing hands.
So that was, I suspect, the 6 car slightly balked by a slower car coming onto the Dottinger, and it didn't quite work there. Ducks in behind.
That's the 47. That's a car that was in the top 10 a moment or two ago.
Well, that 47, in which case has lost ground and dropped behind Christian Mamarov because that's the position as well.
Right,
is that 47?
Let me just check.
Green and black?
Yeah.
No, don't think it is.
It is the 47.
It is the 47. I thought it was.
He's in trouble then. He's about to lose another position.
As I said, he was in the top 10 last time around.
So
are we seeing gremlins at the end here, Grim? Are we seeing the Mercedes trying to stretch their fuel loads? What is going on here? Because that car has slowed significantly. I'm not making that up, am I?
No, you're not. No, the number 47 car
was did an 8:53. It was delayed.
Was 9th overall. Christian Mamarov
did a 10:20.
Did 10:20. Then it was the battle behind. So as this one winds out, we're going to see a very different order in the bottom end of the top 10. Something's happened on that last lap that's just shaken things up rather. And now what we've got is a very live battle between the 47 car ahead here and the 8 car having finally dispensed with the threat from the 6 for a moment at least, although the 6 is right behind these two. We've been used, haven't we, guys, through this race to seeing 3 or 4 Audis battling nose to tail. Now it's the time of the AMGs.
Yeah, 3 AMGs on the hats and back together, running through this rhythm section of the first part of the track. This is a real baptism of fire onto the Nordschleife when you come on from the Grand Prix circuit. Left and right, third, fourth and fifth gear. These big GT3 cars being hustled around by their drivers. Marvellous stuff from the technology of the onboard cameras now. Inside a dozen minutes remaining. Oh, and there's a thought of a pass here coming up over the top of the Flugplatz towards that tricky right-hander.
So this is for 9th position. The 8
Yep.
car has gained so much ground, and the 47, as you say, has lost a little bit, and they're sort of meeting in the middle.
Now he
Also,
goes. Now he
he's gone for
goes.
it.
He's
Yeah.
got it. He's got it.
And I just want to mention, just before this overtake, that the 101 car has had to come in. The Cup 2 leader has had to come in for a 4th stop.
Wow.
Now, I'm not sure whether that's for a penalty or to address the damage on the front left corner, but this could be quite a bit of luck, therefore, for the crew at the wheel of the 111, Willie Moore and Bill Cameron. Could they therefore be on course to win that class? Waiting for confirmation as to whether the 111 needs a 4th stop as well. Meanwhile, on the live stream, this is the moment where the 8 car managed to get by the 6, wasn't it? Yes. So this was a little earlier on.
That was on the Dr. Gehört, yeah.
And we saw there what happened. It was a smaller car in the middle of the road.
all
And
you need.
got the tow from the 6. The 8 got the tow from the 6 and was able to carry that momentum through as the 6 made the pass on the slower car.
This is very interesting indeed, and what a race to the end by the Mercedes-Benz number 8. Inside the top 10 now, having to avoid an intervention vehicle just before he turned into the long right-hander at Callanhard.
Another near miss there with the car turning in.
10 minutes to go, plus a lap potentially, and there are your leaders coming down the Dr. Gehört.
There's nothing between them, Johnny,
There's
is there?
absolutely nothing between them. What's that going to be, about 7 or 8 car lengths?
How
Once they reach
different,
Tiergarten?
by the way, do those two cars look in those two different
The
livery?
yellow
You
car
would-
looks about a foot wider.
Yes, I was just about to say you would think the Montai car was a foot wider, but then again, it is a Montai car, so it might be a foot wider. That's one thing we know about Olaf, is he knows how to get cars to the end of this race.
And he's delicious, by the way.
Well, only, oh my goodness, big lock.
Oh,
He's
he's
off!
off! He's off!
The leader's gone off at the Tiergarten. He's not going to hold on to it. He's going to hit the
barrier.
barrier. He's hit the barrier on the left-hand side. Tried to go down the inside of a lower-class BMW. Locked up his left-hand side tyres and just couldn't hold the car. He slid into the barriers and dived straight into the pit lane, and through goes the 911. The 911 is back in the lead. Under 10 minutes to go, and there's drama right at the end of the Nordschleife at the Tiergarten. Comes up on a BMW, gets onto the grass. The BMW just dithering in the middle of the road, and immediately he's on the grass, he can't slow down. Straight lines the second part of the Tiergarten chicane, and then it's a sideways slide. Does he hit the barriers? He does, and he hits an unguarded bit of Armco where there is no tyre bales, and through goes the 911.
Perfect timing as well for the 911. Forgetting for the moment what's happened to the Falcon car, crossing the line with just over 9 minutes to go, and not now under
Last
threat
lap.
from the car behind.
Last lap, he can
it's the
pace
final
himself.
lap. That's it. Unless there's dramas to the 911 on the final lap, that means that car will win this race. They're looking
This
at
car could be losing a podium here. The Falcon car could be losing a podium because it's only a
bad
minute.
damage to the back of that car, I think.
It's only a minute back to the 38.
Now, that was a proper clatter, wasn't it?
Well, he went in fairly square on sideways, Johnny, there. He hasn't even punctured the tyres. He's been lucky, but
Like I
not
said,
lucky enough.
No, it's going back into the garage.
Isn't
Oh
that just
dear,
an
oh dear.
example of, you don't even have to attempt an overtake, you just need to be in the mirrors of the guy in front, and whoever was at the wheel of the number 4, feeling that he had to get by that BMW into Tiergarten, couldn't afford to just bide his time, and Patrick Pilet actually did exactly that. He kind of knew what was going on, I think. Patrick realised he had all the time in the world to go around the outside of the BMW. Let's have a look at the silver BMW then. It's about to be lapped by the leaders, and you're right, it's kind of not to the left, not to the right from whoever's driving that little cup car, sticks it in the middle of the track. This is Pile, though, thinking, I just need to be delicately careful here on the high line through Tiergarten. Needs to be careful about the Ford coming back across its bows.
Exactly what I was going to say. Do you know what? I don't think that guy in the BMW did very much wrong. You do straight line that part of the track there because you're coming through a chicane, and the closing speeds are so great. The 28 car has gone through in third position then. So it's 9, 11, 38, 28. And then the 50 will be fourth position.
Wow.
Pretty sure that was Lawrence Vantor behind the wheel before as well.
I think you're right.
Looking through the helmet.
Yeah, I think you're right.
The eyes.
I think that's bad luck. I don't think you can really put the blame on the BMW driver, and you certainly can't put the blame on the man who's leading the race by barely a second and a half, Graham. He put himself in the position, and he was maybe, what, half a metre too far to the left?
It was a mistake. I think the reality here is, John, you're making choices. We talked about how tough that final section of this track was. We talked about that.
And how committed you have to be.
You have to be so committed to carry the momentum through the start-finish straight. Had he not done that, he in any case would have the 911 right on his boot lid.
On board with the Mercedes-Benz, 5 minutes to go, coming to that part of the track. Now, as you go down through that dip, you're straight like. Now, I just wonder how close the leader was to the Armco barrier on the left-hand side, and whether he may have brushed the Armco barrier on the left-hand side and broken a steering arm, which is what sent him straight on, because it was a very odd angle that he went across the gap. There was a puff of what I thought was dust, and there was definitely some damage to the left-hand side wheels of that car, which I assumed was obviously from when he went in sideways to the Armco. He may have just brushed that Armco barrier on driver's left, but he certainly, Johnny, had wheels off the track. That was clear from the dirt that was thrown up there.
But obviously your front left tyre, when it's on grass, ain't doing a lot of turning.
And that's the loaded wheel at that point.
Yes, but it's just going to mean that the car, instead of turning more left where you want it to into Tiergarten, it's just going to go straight on. He nearly clattered into the BMW by going right across its line as well. I thought Vantor, if indeed it was him behind the wheel, might just be able to arrest the slide over the grass to driver's right before running far too wide then on the left and clattering into the barrier. You're right there, that unprotected, because had he done that, I don't know, a couple of yards prior to the Armco that he hit, it would have just been Recticel barrier, maybe able to have retrieved the car, probably in second place at that point, but continued on. Interesting that he felt something crucial enough to pit straight away rather than risk it on the final lap and pick up second position. But I think the good point from Graham is that for Pile, he now enjoys a lead of over a minute from the number 38 Bentley, and that will mean he can control the race distance effectively, back the pace well and truly off, and make sure that he crosses the line after the next 3 minutes and 40 seconds have elapsed.
There's been another collision between the 38 Bentley and the 101, which was it not, the race leader in the GT3 Cup class?
There was indeed. That was the
Cup 2 class, yeah.
And that was in what the Germans called the short cut, the short run. So that, I presume, is the first part of the cutout on the Grand Prix circuit, the hairpin bit. So there's been a collision there, but both cars have weiterfahren, have continued. So, but that again, those are two significant cars there. Hello to John De Geese, who is tuned in, listening to us here on Radio Show Limited. Nice to know that you're tuned in and watching and listening, John. Enjoying our English language coverage for the first time. And you're right, it isn't often that you see Lawrence Vantor have an accident unless he's on his roof.
I was about to say exactly that.
The guys at Porsche, are saying you didn't do that right. You didn't cross the line on your roof, Lawrence.
It's
a good old go.
It's a lap early for his usual drama, actually. 2 minutes to go. And, well, we know the cars continue. We don't know at the moment whether or not the Bentley suffered any damage. At 30 seconds to the good ahead of the number 28 car. So that's going to be further dramas we may not see until the end of the race.
And
meanwhile, further battles further down the field, Johnny.
Well, I was just going to say, what are the 101 car? Because we know that's made an extra stop as well as possibly carrying damage too. But it's still, according to my screen, leads Cup 2.
It only had a couple of minutes, 2:15, I think the last time I looked at it. A number of people, and having just seen another chance to have a look at that replay, spotting that the BMW had one of its indicators on, either deliberately or had left it on. That may have been a distraction. Lawrence Van Toor might have thought the car was moving one way or the other. It's always using your indicators on a racetrack is something that you're discouraged from doing, other than when you come into the pit lane, as we've got more problems out on the Dottiger and somebody going slowly, maybe getting
This is
a
the
tow.
leader.
There's the leader, though, having got by that bit.
Well, he's going to come through to...
He's going to come through too early, isn't he? Surely.
Well, exactly. I've got 1 minute and 2 seconds left. My point about the indicators on a racetrack, does it mean go past me that side or I'm moving that way? And that's often the issue. 50 seconds as the number 911 Porsche that was on pole position comes off the Nordschleife through the end of the Tiergarten and onto the Grand Prix circuit to complete lap number 27 and move on to the 28th lap.
Well, there you go.
Well, now, who stopped? Who were the first people to stop for the last pit stops, Graham?
Well, this is where you could catch out somebody else. If it's just possible that in doing that, that's caused problems with
I
other
reckon
people
that was
further
under
down the line.
30 seconds, wasn't it?
Well, I mean, the other little bit of history here, which is pretty sad history, I'd like to come back to you in a moment, is that Falcon have never won a VLN race.
Now, the question is, does this run to Nürburgring Nordschleife rules? So does the checkered flag come out now and he gets to put a lap on the field, the leader gets to put the lap on the field, or do they all have to complete the lap that the leader's on? And we will only know when we see somebody else cross the start line.
The 911 car is going to go for one more lap. We
Correct.
know that.
Now, Ragginger was about, 16, 17 seconds behind.
Well, that was when it came into the pit.
Oh, yes, that's right. So he's done.
He's done.
The 38
was a
75
minute
seconds
back.
has a question mark above its roof only because it's had contact with the 101, and we assume it's still running, but we're
There it goes.
Yeah, okay,
Right, now, is
good.
there a checkered flag out? Need to look to the starter stand, couldn't see it. So that would say to me
We go
that we are going to complete the lap that the leader has just started.
And I can't see, there's maybe a little bit of damage on the front left corner of that, but certainly nothing slowing it down.
So that is now second position for Bentley for the Jonsbroek car.
Meanwhile, here's the 28 car in a surprise, perhaps third position. I have to say, after it came in for that stop and go, I really thought a podium was out of the question, but the 28 car crosses the line now to do still another lap, and it has right behind it. That's the 50 car, is it not?
Yes, it is.
So that's the battle for the final position on the podium. 28 versus 50. They might be painted in exactly the same colours, but they're not part of the same team, and there is bragging rights here to be taken into account.
Ask me again what I think of this race.
We got comments out of you far too early, I think.
Well, it's odd.
It's going for it.
Down the inside on the Grand Prix circuit, going into the cutout. Braking area for the right-handed hairpin. Look to the right-hand side. He's pushed him off. He's pushed the Audi off into the paved area, and that's third position of the race overall, changing at the start of the last lap. I asked you for those comments early, Graham, just in case something happened, because we've seen this happen before.
He was angled there, wasn't he?
He was angled. Very good. Look it up, kids. Last lap of the Nürburgring 24 last year.
That was Belgium barging past Germany in their own backyard with the Team WRT car, the number 50, getting ahead of the 28 then, and now starting to stretch its legs.
Well, Belgium's just down the road, isn't it? Literally.
Yeah,
if you
true.
go down to St. Vith, and the borders around these parts have changed many times over the years in a fluid political situation in Europe. And these guys, I mean, what, an hour and a bit from here to Spa?
Yeah, something a bit less than that, I think.
Yeah. Well, it depends what you're driving, obviously. In one of these...
One of these about 20 minutes.
So, through and to start the last lap, the number 911 Montai Porsche, which started on pole position and has cruised to an easy victory, if you just looked at the start.
If you're joining us now...
It's been far from that. Second position for Bentley. And that will be the best finish of a Bentley, surely.
Bentley have never won, so clearly it at least equals their best finish. So
Ragginger is... Have you seen Ragginger's car come out of the pits
no,
yet?
it was pushed into the garage.
Okay, so now it is the two Audis battling for third position, the 50 and the 28. We'll get through the other class battles when we dare take our eyes off the front of the field. And for so many years, revel in this time, dear viewer and listener. Revel, for we are truly in a golden age of endurance racing, where the top classes are providing us with excellent entertainment, drama, and incident aplenty. It would have been us looking down the field a few years ago, and, oh yeah, well, you know, the guy's out ahead by a lap and a half.
But remember, kids, endurance racing is quite boring.
Don't let anybody ever say that, not even in jest. The 21st century endurance race has come, it has certainly come of age in this century, hasn't it, endurance racing? The reliability levels that are built into the cars now is quite extraordinary. Late pit stop for the Royal BMW, Johnny.
Yeah, that's either the 98 or the 99, isn't it? 98, I'm going to say.
8, I think.
I'm not sure. 99 possibly. Anyway, yeah, it looks like it's a splash and dash, doesn't it? For one, it's 99 for the one of the two Row Racing BMWs.
Yes, 99.
They were running together on the timing screen, actually, 17th and 18th last time through. Again, disappointing for that squad.
May have dropped that back behind the other Falcon car, actually. Gives them fairly close proximity.
Yes.
But we'll see,
Yes,
because there's not so much as splash and dash with the pumps they've got. It's not that dash, I'm afraid. It does take time.
And of course, had the race finished a lap earlier, they would have got to the end. But this is one of the crews that potentially were caught out then by the extra lap that Patrick Pilet's doing.
Yeah.
So the 99 car sets along its final tour of this Nürburgring Nordschleife, already with traffic to negotiate. Meanwhile, the leader must be nearing the end of its final lap.
The lead lap times between the top two almost identical to the 10th, 8:27.4, so still 75 seconds back is the Bentley. The 28 car, which came through in third position, now lost that position, was quicker, took about 4 seconds out, but is 30 seconds back. So short of there being a lasting problem for the Bentley, I don't think there's a chance on pace, at least, for the 50 car to catch it, and the hashtag blame Hindi is trending.
Yeah, sorry about that, particularly the Falcon guys. The battling Audis for third and fourth position are still within sight of each other, advantage to the 50 car at the moment. And remember, this is the first of the series coverage here with our colleagues from VLN and from Vega and Radio Show Limited, bringing you the international feed with English language commentary for all of the VLN series events this year. We'll also, as we have been since 2007, be bringing you the only full live English language coverage from the Nürburgring Nordschleife of the 24 hours a little later on in the year as well. So plenty more Nordschleife action to come in this 2017 season. What a barnstormer. The leader is on the Dottinger Höhe now, and with a mercifully clean run towards the Tiergarten. It's the classic long distance shot of the car coming over the top of the brow and heading towards that flat out left hand kink before through the dip and up through the Tiergarten. And the pole sitter is going to win the race.
Yeah, but let's hope that you've managed to fill yourself in with the bits in between. That 4 hours has passed by incredibly quickly and not without incident, because now seesawing its way through the Tiergarten comes the 911 car, started and finished by Patrick Pilet. Romain Dumas qualified it this morning. Fred Makovic, a fabulous stint from him as well, zigzagging its way across the line and leading by and winning by just over 1 minute and 15 seconds. I'm chuckling because we had visions there of the car being thrown off the track just before the checkered flag line. There is the checkered flag being displayed, and it will be displayed to everybody as well. 4 hours and 8 minutes and 3 seconds. 28 laps, that's all we did in 4 hours, but nevertheless, every single corner had to be carefully calculated by the three drivers there, Dumas, Fred Makovic and Patrick Pilet, who will take a while now to take his slow down lap. It won't be the full lap, remember. They'll do the shorter version of the Grand Prix circuit and then duck back around into the shortcut. The Bentley appears now at the end of the Dottinger, and the 38 machine, surely Bentley's best result in a VLN event to this date. Congratulations to Chris de Jons, to Chris Brook and to Jordan Pepper, the three drivers piloting the number 38 Bentley team at Continental GT3. Meanwhile, shuffling of the order here, and this is within one of the Cup classes, John.
Yeah, this is the BMW, the Cup 5 class, and they are racing to the flag, these two cars, as they come through the Tiergarten and towards the line, and this is right the way through to the end of the race, and there's a draft coming on. Dives down the inside, tries to go to the pit wall. My goodness, that was very close indeed on the line, and I can't call it from we will have to go down to the timing.
Yeah, it's 666 versus 679, isn't it? The two Cup 5 leaders.
That was first and second in the Cup 5 class, just inside the top 50.
Wowza, that was another cracking finish there. But,
also very tight between the two Audis as well, but the 50 car just jumping ahead of the 28 on that final lap. And we will confirm the positions that they finished in as well. It looked to be the 50 car ahead.
No,
it wasn't.
No, 28 car's taken it.
28 car.
I think I saw. Did I see the 50 car jump for the pits?
No, I think the 50 car finished on the track, but
how did he lose that, and where did that go? Because the 50 car went.
Well, maybe he was short on fuel.
No, it stayed out. It didn't do an extra lap, but the gap at the line was exactly 2 seconds.
Wow.
With the 28 crew, that's the Team Lant Audi, getting back ahead of the WRT squad.
So lost the position at the start of the lap,
yes.
Got third position overall back before the end.
Yes. And again, if you're just looking at the timing screen, you wouldn't know anything about this because they come through in the same order at the end of the lap.
So nothing happened there. No.
I mean, phenomenal racing on that final 8-minute lap, and it was for the 28 car.
Literally as they crossed the line, looked like he was out of fuel, and he had to slow coming off there. Cough, splutter, oh dear, and there goes the third place on the podium.
It's not the first time we've seen Porsche win. It's not the first time we've seen a car win with this sort of livery or with Monsai Racing. I'm prepared to bet it might well be the first ever all-French crew that's won at VLN.
Rubs his chin, interestingly. Well, extraordinary stuff. We'll check you as the cars are coming into Parc Fermé, and before we get to the podium, we'll check to see how much time we're going to stay on the air. But what I do want to do is run through the classes, which we will do as soon as our timing updates and everyone has crossed the line, which may take a minute or two yet. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant stuff. We've got about another half an hour to be with you, so do stay with us as we wrap up the results. There are stories further down the field, I will absolutely bet. Well, Grib, I asked you about 20 minutes out, a little less than that, what you thought of that race, and you were very happy with it. We could not have predicted, surely, the kind of finish that we saw going into the last lap there.
No, and still battles up and down the circuit going on as the rest of this. Just remember, this race isn't over until about 10 past. the point at which the leader crosses the
Yes,
line.
we promise 4 hours, but it's always a wee bit more. And some of these guys, you're right, Graham, are going to be coming past at 12 and 13 minutes past
Oh yeah, we're
the hour.
not nearly done yet. Because bear in mind the lap times for some of the lower ranking cars are way over 10 minutes. But what have we had there? The battle of the top three. Really, really bad luck for Laurens Vanteur and the Falcon Tyres team as their other car crosses the line now. The BMW crosses the line now. Really bad luck for them.
Oh,
that
massively.
looked like they had a real shot at a first VLN win for the real fan favourites in the VLN. The Monty Racing team did what they always do. We're pulling a race out the bag that looked, Johnny Palmer was right at the point he said it. It looked like actually it had gone the other way, but they dragged back. We're putting the car ahead under pressure. That pressure told eventually. The Audis were squabbling away throughout the entire race to produce the battle we got in the last lap for third position. And then Bentley, actually a really clean race from Bentley. Yes, we had the contact, we didn't see it, but contact with the 101 Porsche at the end, but coming back with a second place finish there. Fairy tale stuff rather for the Monty squad. Really effectively, it's almost like coming back to their home race again. Bentley coming on strong at a point when Team Abt, I think, need to show they've got something for this field. I think they need to put the big German factory-backed teams on the back foot and show what they've got coming into the Nürburgring 24 hours. And Audi, looking very racy throughout. What was going on at AMG? We don't know.
No, we don't. The BMW, the Cup 5 class, it was the 666 that took it from the 679 on the line. What I don't have is the gap between them. It was probably not able to be measured. It was that close. Coming back.
So that was the 666 fending off the 679.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Absolutely so. Absolutely so. Just waiting for one or two of the top class cars still to finish. He's the 12 Porsche still to come to the line. This is inside the top 20, gentlemen.
Yeah, there's a Z4 GT3 just came through, still racing.
These guys are still racing in the top end, on the bottom end of the top 20.
I think that's the car with Stuart Lennon aboard.
Yes, it is.
This weekend.
Yes,
who
it
will
is.
be racing for Audi at the Nürburgring 24 hours. There's the 101.
Now, did that get... So that has got to the end. And the 111 was behind it going into the last lap.
So we'll find out for that one whether or not things changed in the closing minutes of that race. It got very fast.
The 101 was in the top 30. The best TCR car was the 802, the Golf, at 34.
Yeah, was rising steadily up the order throughout that race.
There's
someone else in trouble on the very last lap. So the old Astra must have got back underway
Well,
because that just crossed the line.
Couple of GSI Mark II Astras that have those
old school
with the half and half paint jobs on one side, the other. Now there's a BMW which is a touring BMW, not that it is an estate car, but it is going very slowly down the Dotticahoe. Orange and black car, which looks to have another left rear puncture, or another car with a left rear puncture. Johnny, top 10 results, please, as they, I think, are now confirmed. Yes, they are, top 40.
It's a puncture.
It is indeed a left-hand side puncture for the BMW number 489. It's a 325i BMW, the Lima and Grossman car. But he will get that car to the checkered flag. Here's Johnny Palmer with the results of the top 15.
So Manthey Racing, as we know, win an absolutely fantastic race. Roman Dumas, Fred Makovici and Patrick Pilet in their Porsche 911 GT3 are winning by 1 minute and 8.7 seconds from the number 38 Bentley team at Continental GT3, Chris de Jons, Chris Brook and Jordan Pepper. Third position was the number 28 Audi Sport Team Lant R8 LMS. Fourth place, and only by 2 seconds in the end, the 50 car, the Audi Sport Team WRT Audi R8 LMS, just miss out on a podium, and we reckon that was running out of fuel as it headed across the line. Fifth place, another Audi, the number 49 example, and that is the car run by, again, WRT. So two of their cars finish in the top 5. Sixth position for the Phoenix Racing Audi R8. Seventh place for car number 7, the Black Falcon Mercedes AMG GT3. 8th place for car number 8, and that's the Aribo Racing Mercedes. 9th position for the 6 car, and 8 and 6 were battling for many a lap towards the end of that. Another Team Falcon AMG, and completing the top 10, the 47 Mercedes from Team HTP Motorsport.
Right, we'll have a quick look and we'll give you some of the class winners as well as the BMW, of which we spoke a moment or two ago, has made it to the line with its four-way flashers on, running down through the classes. The SPX winner in 11th position, no surprise that was the 702, the Glickenhaus. In SP7, that was the 62 in 28th position.
Long time leader in that class, John.
Yeah.
The one we had the in-car camera with. Cup 2 was the 101 car, and did manage to make that
That's
to
the
the
Porsche class, yeah.
Yep, 29th position overall.
So that means that Willie Green and
Willie Moore, Bill Cameron. Yeah.
Bill Cameron, yeah.
588
second.
Tops the H4 class in 31st position overall. That's the number 588 car. Then we get to the TCR class.
The 802 Golf.
As you described.
Yeah, that would have... Just a quick word about that again. 8:55 lap and inside the top 40. Well inside, 34. That's, to me, that's an exceptionally good run for that car. And anybody who thinks TCR hasn't got a future as a class in endurance racing, think again. Cup 3, the 979 car came in 35th position. Only a couple of laps off the lead, by the way. Here's the final result overall. 1 minute and 8 seconds at the line from the Bentley. So 911 Porsche from 38 Bentley.
And 4 Audis and 4 Mercedes.
Well, that's a nice result for the
for
VAG, isn't it? Because the top 6 are all their products, and 50 car just missing out on the podium, finishing ahead of its teammate, the WRTs, in 4th and 5th. And then Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3s from 7th to 10th, but half a lap down by the time you get to 10th. 702 Glickenhaus in 11th, second of the Bentleys in 12th position, all still on the lead lap. Best of the BMWs in 15th position. The privately run Nissan in 14th.
Well, you know, that's a very good point. We said what was happening with AMG. What was happening with BMW?
I didn't
Just
look quite...
They didn't look right, did they?
Didn't look
today.
quite as bad a result of that sort of 3 hours in, though. But for whatever reason, that final hour just took them out of the reckoning. There's a solid block of them from 22nd down to 25th. Together with the number 62 Porsche 911 GT America car. That was the class-winning 62.
SP7, yeah, that was the SP7.
Ex-Grandam car, that's of course.
Right.
And the IMSA car, wasn't it?
Yes.
First year, GTD
Yes,
car.
Correct. The 34th, the 802 Volkswagen winning its class in 34th position. Aston Martin there inside the top 50 as well. Cup SP10 winner in 40th position, number 188. And then we have to go down to 46th for the SP6 winner. 49th for the Cup 5 winner, as we mentioned before. That was the close finish with the BMWs. SP3T in 52nd position was the 307. V6, the 55th place car. That was the winner in that class.
The 435.
435. SP8T, 57th position for the 320. And then V5, the 444 in 62nd position. All these cars laps down, of course. Volker Strycek taking the victory, or the family Strycek taking the victory in the Opel Astra in the Cup 1 category. And the Manta taking its victory as well. SP3 down in 67th position. So the cars down into the hundreds, losing 5 laps and more. And that is somewhere in the region for those guys of an hour behind the leaders if you set them off and let them go. Precious, well, not very, thankfully, not very many damaged cars. We had at one stage 4 or 5 cars off at the same point on the circuit in a fairly bizarre looking incident. But all of those cars were recovered. And as far as we're aware, no major injuries. The top 150. The Cup BMWs, I'm now being told, have got the same time on the timing screen, they have a dead heat. Well, presumably whoever started further back on the grid then will be given that, because they will have travelled the furthest distances.
Well, will be interesting. But that looked mighty close, didn't it?
Andy Lutz points out that the TCR Golf, the winning TCR car, having the Nordschleife chief instructor Andy Gulden behind the wheel, might have something to do with the 855. So we will wait then. All results are, as ever, unofficial, and we will wait to see what happened in the Cup BMW, the Cup 5 class. Dead heat on time across the line. We're being told from the press room, who have a little more from us. So there we have then the first round of the VLN for 2017, the 63rd ADAC Westfalen, and that has been a 4 hours